I'll start with just a point about the table of contents and the run sheet. The item C3, Tawetini Drive Extension, I've asked staff to verbally report on that in the open session because the public forum, both sets of public forum speakers that you'll see listed here relating to that item, and 90% of the report doesn't need to be PX, so we're going to discuss that, and we've got a couple in here, but no decision making. That will be in the confidential section. We've got a couple of slides which will be up on the screen, and also, if you want to refresh your on Diligent, you'll have them there as called item 13, verbal report, and I'll bring that straight after the public forum. With those changes, I'm going to move that the agenda be approved, seconded by Councillor Rob. Thanks. Is there any discussion? If not, that's passed unanimously. Thanks. Confirmation of the agenda. Are there any? Sorry, apologies. I should have done first. We've got several on Zoom. Don't need to apologise. Partial absence from Councillors Bunting and Naidu-Ralph. I'll move them.
Actually, no, I'm not apologising back. I'm here back on Zoom.
Oh, that's a different sort of apology then, Bunty.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Mark. Yes, I wasn't looking at your face there. It's got a halo behind it with that light there.
It's an aura name. It's an aura.
Aura.
Can someone please email us the run sheet if they get a chance?
Okay.
Cheers, mate.
Yep, that's in hand. Thanks. Okay, so just the apology of Councillor Naidu-Ralph, which has been moved by me, seconded by Councillor Van Oosten. Those in favour or against, that's carried. Thank you very much. On to declarations of public interest. Are there any declarations from either Zoom land or here? We're just noting that it's not needed for an apology that Councillor Thompson will be, just in the early few minutes, will be in and out feeding Leo. Looks like she needs help from Councillor Whetu there. So I should say Māngai Whetu, sorry. Okay, so on to the public forum. Now we have, I'm just checking that they're in the room, in the Zoom room. We certainly have Pauline from the Rotakoti Rise residents group. Welcome, Pauline. We also have, and I'm just checking whether they're available, James and Brian from TGH. Does anyone know if they're here yet? Okay, I'm wondering, Chris, are you able to try and contact them since set this up? Pauline, are you ready to go first?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so Pauline, you've got just yourself from the residents?
Yes, there's myself and Rebecca Stockdale.
Oh, morning, Rebecca, as well. So we get, there we are. Thanks. Look, councillors, just while Pauline and Rebecca are talking to us, you may want to look at that item 13 just for orientation's sake, so you can see the areas that we're talking about, or that they are talking about, which are marked probably on the page 359 is the best view of that area. Pauline, officially there's 3 minutes, but I'm not going to be hard and fast on that. Thank you very much for coming in and for organising yourselves through the residents group. The floor's yours, and there'll be questions afterwards if we leave a bit of time for that too. Thanks.
Morning, everybody. My name is Pauline Anderson, and I represent the Rotakoti Rise Committee in the wider community here. Thank you for highlighting the map, because that's one of the points we want to talk about. The map which was given to us when purchasing our sections was also shown at the Western Community Centre Open Day, which was held on the 7th of November 2018. A commitment was made and the route was designated and we were sold on this when purchasing our sections. And again, I reference back to the road arterial construction of the road, which is Te Drive that we're actually talking about. We were told by the real estate agents and the builders the road would be finished before the first house was moved into. This did not happen. The Tasman Road upgrade, Rotukoti Hub train to Auckland, the water pipe upgrade, and other parts of the Rotukoti Road upgrade have all gone ahead. The reason we are here is to discuss Te Wetini Extension, which is a very small piece of road that joins us to the base, Wintec, Te Rapa and the Rotukoti Transport Centre, which is a short commute. We were shown the attached document and were told the funding for the road was allocated for the 2018 to 2019 financial year. Point number 2 that we want to quickly run through was titles issued without infrastructure. Now, we understand council are responsible for approving subdivisions and issuing titles. We do question why the titles were issued without adequate infrastructure in our community. Development contributions were taken by council, with Rotukoti now having the largest contributions per section in Hamilton. And we understand all sections in our subdivisions are now sold. Rates continue to be collected here, and we continue to ask the question, where did the development contributions go? We have no promised roads, playgrounds or wetlands. We feel cut off, let down and abandoned here in our community. We want to talk a bit about the project. Who is responsible for Te Wetini Road becoming gold plated? The small road that was initially required has become a large scale project. If the council requires all the bells and whistles, they should pay the additional cost or allow a smaller road to be built immediately. It's our understanding that Hamilton City and Waikato Regional Council have made requirements to future-proof the road, and with the Greenway swale, costs have escalated significantly from the initial developer budgeted amount. If this is what Hamilton City Council and Regional want, they will need to come up with the additional funding. We quickly want to talk about public transport. In order to use public transport, we need to be able to get to the base, Te Rapa and some northern schools. We can see the base from here, but we cannot access it. Currently, we need to bus to town, then back to the base in order to get there. With the increase in properties in the area, the road is becoming dangerous. We now have our subdivision and also Everton Heights underway. The Bavistock intersection, Avalon Road, Rotukoti Road are all under increased pressure and it's becoming dangerous at certain times of the day. As ratepayers, we realise the Te Wetini Road extension will never be cheaper. Every year these costs escalate, and surely this meets the criteria as a shovel-ready project, which the council can do now. The road has consent and is ready to go. If the road has to go ahead, which we understand it does, I leave you with one question. How much does delaying the road cost ratepayers every year if we don't proceed? Thank you. That's pretty much our 3 minutes or so.
Thanks very much.
Discussion.
Thank you, Pauline. There'll be a few questions, I imagine, now, but just for orientation's sake, councillors, on page 359, just checking, Pauline, the residents group or association, I'm not sure whether you're calling yourselves that yet, covers the group of houses like Taiatea Drive, Wairua Ave, Mana and Kawariki as well across the Rotukoti Road?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, so in the middle of, councillors, of that graphic on page 359, the group of houses surrounded by farmland and ex-farmland, I guess. we're talking about, which we'll be able to question Chris on. Okay, so questions from the floor. Are there any? If not, okay. Sorry, Ewan.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chair. Look, I wonder if staff could respond to some of the comments that were made, just in terms of expectation of having this done much earlier, and how the project has evolved from what was initially indicated.
Ewan, if you don't mind, because staff are coming on straight after this, if I get the staff Chris to address that immediately he gets up, that part of it, and because TGH are also involved and they're trying to get on, we're trying to get them onto Zoom at the moment. Are they? Ah, yes, Brian's there, good. Brian and James, thanks. So that may become a little clearer in that discussion as well, if that's all right. Yeah. We don't have any other questions, Pauline or Rebecca, but please stay on, because after the TGH presentation, we'll go straight to that item, and you'll be able to listen in on the discussion about it with staff. And thanks, Pauline and Rebecca. Yep. Okay, Brian and James, welcome. Thanks for coming on this morning. I think you've caught up with where we're at, and we're just the TGH viewpoint on the Te Wetani Drive extension. The floor's yours.
Morena koutou, thanks Chair Day, Councillors, Manga Māori, Ollie, Paul Brian koutou Kalingoa. I'm here with my colleague James. James is the Development Manager for Rotokauri Rise. And Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity just to really support Council making a funding contribution so we can complete this critical voting link for the Rotokauri community. Look, TGH invested over $50 million so far in Rotokauri. It's land development cost plus 175 sections. That's through 5 stages to date. And this has really been in line with a sort of a long history of structure planning, district plan processes, and appeals to the Environment Court. So it's not a new thing out at the edge of the city that's just popped up. It's been many years of long-term strategic planning as a growth node, and ourselves and others have invested serious money in these signals and approved residential zoning from the council. So we've taken a very staged approach with that very detailed resource consents that have been issued not only by the council but the regional council. Very detailed private developer agreements have been negotiated, which is the way we're sort of sharing the relative costs, I guess, of the infrastructure upgrades. And the pretty painful last bit of it for us is the size of the development contributions we have to pay here, right at the top of the scale. Notwithstanding that, we've battled on, and we're really here, to request the council to fund the fair share of the road upgrade for Te Wetani Drive extension, so we can get this critical link completed. I know there's a lot being said about intensification of the city and driving public transport and live, work and play philosophies. Well, we're totally behind that. And this community of Rotokauri is a really good example of live, work and play. There's community and social facilities. There's 20% of the job opportunities in the city. The Rotokauri Employment Hub, the Giraffe Employment Hub, I think it's only 1,500 metres away. And this link will seriously enable public transport functionality to operate. And this community of people there absolutely deserve to have this road completed. So that's all I really wanted to say, Chairman Dave, is that we are very keen to progress and complete this stage of the development, so this important community gets connected to Hamilton and doesn't continue to operate in an isolated way currently like that.
Thank you, Brian.
I've got James with me, who's the expert, and will have all the answers if the council have any specific questions. Thank you very much for your time and response.
Are you saying you're not the expert, Brian? It's all right.
Not really.
Okay.
Just enough to be dangerous.
Mayor Southgate, thank you, has a question. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair Dave. Good morning. I am interested in, there are the costs to complete Te Wetini, but then there are the costs that people are losing on the delay to complete Te Wetini. Have you got any comment on that? You talked about your DCs, and I heard that comment. In terms of your ability to develop that remaining part and get connectivity back to the transport centre, the base, etc., has anybody done any work on what the delay is costing?
Sorry, Mayor Paula, we really struggled to hear that question.
Oh, did you? Sorry. Look, I'll speak better into the mic. So we talk about the costs of completion. We know what those are, but I'm interested in the lost costs of delay that you might be experiencing or others might be experiencing for not having this final part of the road complete. Have you got any comment on that? I mean, you're losing opportunity to complete the development, you're losing the connectivity, lost time and lost production, I don't know. Have you got any comment on that?
Yeah, sorry, can I just note, sorry to interrupt here, that we just be careful not to go into the details of the PDA itself as proposed, because that's in PX. That's the only part that needs to be in PX. So if
I was just talking more generally.
Yeah, correct. Yeah,
is that all right? Or?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to make sure that Brian and James don't go into the details.
Sorry, I didn't want to put. It was a generalised comment about the benefits versus the lost costs. Not doing it.
Right.
But if that's better later, that's fine.
It's such a big issue, Mayor Paula, in that respect. It's more the uncertainty of the delay, you know, and the commitment. And I know this is hugely challenging for the council relevant to the LTP process coming up, but it's really about the ability to complete Rotokauri Stage 1 Growth South. And we're one of four, I think, significant developers that are active in that area, and it's just what we're all really looking for is the level of commitment and certainty so we can continue to invest to complete that cell. So particularly for us, what's absolutely driving us is our commitment to ensure the community that is there at the moment has this road completed, because that's what they expect, and that's what we all expect, to give them the right environment that they've been promised. So that's our focus. Once that's underway, we're negotiating with Ministry of Education. So talk about a critical community facility going in their primary school, and that's going to drive the further development of that community. For us, the further stages of Rotokauri, we're as equally challenged as the council is how to bring that about, and it's just going to take some serious meeting of the minds and probably some innovative funding arrangements through the IFF, and there may be something else that it needs to kick that over the line as well to get it underway.
Okay, we're certainly going to go into that aspect more with both the verbal report from Chris, which is, sorry Paula, you weren't here, Chris is giving a verbal report as ahead of the item C3, the public excluded.
That
yeah,
helps,
and he'll be coming straight after the questions. Ewan, thanks.
Yeah. Chair, I'm still just patiently waiting for answers to my questions, and particularly in light of the fact that I thought TGH was going to respond to my question when they first spoke, so I'm a little confused now.
You can ask them for their part. It's just the staff response is already coming as part of Chris's report.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. All right, well, Mr. Chair, if I could ask Brian, in the public submissions we heard some worrying commentary, which I'm concerned about, and that was, and I think I've heard it correct, that those who purchased there were led to believe that this road was going to be completed in a much more timely fashion, that they were led to understand this by their agents, real estate agents, and I was trying to unravel who misled who? What is the issue over timing? Why was there a delay? And whose role was it that worsened that delay, if any? I'm just trying to answer the questions that were raised in the public forum.
This is still the public forum. Yeah, Brian and James, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, thanks very much, Ewan. Like just in a general sense, what's been really difficult here is getting the required resource consents to progress. I've got to say we're there now, but it was a pretty long and tortuous route, and it was quite challenging working through the regional council approvals. There's been an awful lot of detail that's been required by the regional council, and that's now been achieved. So that was relatively recent, and as soon as we got that, we've gone out with tenders, and that's progressing really well now, and we hopefully will be in a position, if we can get agreement with the council on a fair cost sharing for the upsizing for Te Whitney Drive, we'll be into it.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could ask, so Brian, did you understand that is it your understanding that when these houses were sold, that there was clear communication to those who bought in that area that this was going to be subject to an RMA process in terms of putting the street in place? I'm just trying to understand the nuances of people who've bought houses being led to understand that certain things were imminent, that they were happening, versus you're buying in this area and we are intending to build a road, but it has to go through the arduous process of an RMA process. I'm just trying to understand the delay and what caused the delay. Was it we didn't provide it? Did did Tainui not act quickly enough? Or was in fact this a delay as a result of an RMA process?
Brian?
Yeah.
Oh, James.
Morena councillors, I think no one could have anticipated the actual complexity of the infrastructure. So the link road was seen as the next stage, and in good faith we had no issue to believe that it was going to be a complex. At the end of the day, this is a 400-metre road and connecting the next community with the Te Whitney Drive. And some of the complexities have come around as the design is developed and through crossing the future Greenway Swale. And so the complexities have came along that no one could have anticipated, I suppose. Hopefully that answers your question, Councillor.
Well, actually, if I could, Mr. Chair, it opens a further question. Yep. Are those complexities more about future growth opportunities and protecting those, as opposed to simply completing the 400-metre piece of road that those who bought in that area had a fair expectation of seeing built in a timely manner?
The big complexity of this project we're talking about is the crossing over the future Greenway Swale, the council's future Greenway Swale. So if that Greenway Swale wasn't in place, there wouldn't be the issues we probably have through the resource consent and the regional consent as well. That's probably the main point of complexity, which feeds into stormwater management for temporary and permanent measures.
Thanks, Ewan, because I think that leads into council commenting on that quite well. I've got no other questions. Thanks for... Oh, sorry, Margaret, I didn't see the blue hand. My apologies. Over to you. Thanks, Margaret's questioning.
Thanks, Chair, Dave. I'm not sure whether it's I think it's slightly related, but a little different to Councillor Ewan's question. I'm just taking into account the comments from Pauline and her and the residents group around the expectation that the subdivision would be completed and all necessary infrastructure, etc., provided. RDL, in your pitch for selling sections, and it sounds like there's 130 or thereabouts that have all been sold. What sort of information did you pass on to purchasers that these expectations of completed infrastructure, etc., would be all done and all dusted by the time? I'm not even sure what time frame was offered, but I'm just trying to understand. Okay, residents are saying asking one thing, and sections were sold, presumably with certain expectations and covenants, etc., etc. So can you just tell me what expectations, etc., were a part of those sale and purchase agreements?
Councillor, just clarify the delivery process of how we divested sections is we divested sections to group house builders, and the group house builders sold the lands and home packages directly to the end purchasers. So we don't actually build the houses and sell the houses, so we only represented to the group house builders what our intention was in the master plan. But certainly from an intention perspective, from RDL, it was the road is a future link road from the catchment to Te Rapa. Timeframes, I don't think there was any firm timeframes given around when it would be, but it certainly would be within the next stages. It was certainly anticipated. This is called stage 6 of Road to Cowley, and we've developed stages 1 to 5, so it's certainly seen as the next stage of development.
Okay, I think I understand your answer. So you're saying that, sorry, I didn't catch the phrase that you used, but I think you said that you didn't build the homes, you didn't develop the sections, is that correct? That was another...
Sorry, my representation, I suppose the question you asked was how was it represented to the end purchasers? We deal with the house builders who sell to the end purchasers, so the mums and dads who buy the houses and live in them. They're sold through the GJ Gardeners of this world and the urban homes, and we sell the sections to urban homes, and these guys who build them. But it would have been represented to them that we would be building the road as part of the next stage of the development.
Okay, so it came from you. That expectation came from you. Okay, very good. That's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Margaret, that will be further addressed when Chris talks to it as well, because he's been personally involved from the council side in sorting out everything from from the time we were first alerted to the problem until now. So, look, I think it's a good time to move on to Chris's report, which is now called on your papers item 13, the verbal report to Wetney Drive Extension. It's Wetney without an H. You're welcome to stay, Brian and James. Thanks very much, as well as Pauline and Rebecca, listening to this part of the council meeting. No, the committee meeting, sorry. Okay, Chris. Yep.
So, Tyler, can you put up that presentation, please?
So these are pages 358, 359 and 360, if you've got them in front of you. And sorry, just noting that, well, I didn't see your apologies in time, Jeff, but that Jeff's just arrived, as has the Mayor, during this item.
Yep. So, Tyler, can you just zoom in a little bit on the, a little bit more, one more? Yep, that'll be good about there. So, Marina, councillors, Mangai Māori. So apologies to the committee for not having a public-facing report to give some context to the discussions in the public forum this morning. Look, council is considering a report in public excluded to provide a contribution to work with Rotokauri Development Limited to build this transport connection. And the matter's commercial in nature, and that's why it is public excluded, but as has been said, the issue, nothing in that is sort of public excluded. So look, I'll just give a bit of an outline, and first just a bit of orientation. So this is the structure plan for Rotokauri. You can see that the two roads that we're talking about are highlighted in the yellow there. So the first road I'll talk to is the Te Wetini Drive extension. So that's the east-west portion of that road. So at the moment, most of you will probably know the Wintec, and if you drive down Te Wetini Road, you'll come, and travelling west, you'll come to the end of the road as it's built now, and you can turn left into Wintec, and then in front of you the road stops. You can see a bit of a drain, and you can see the Rotokauri Rise development across that drain which is developing. If I come from the other direction, if I start right down to the bottom edge of the urban form and the blue shading, so the blue shading is Rotokauri Stage 1 structure plan, and just bringing your attention to Rotokauri Road. So the blue road going up to the intersection of the green road, that's Rotokauri Road, which then hangs a left through to Bryma Road in the sort of zoo area. So Rotokauri Rise is developing alongside that blue extension called just the north-south collector road there. So in the hierarchy of roads, the red one is a major arterial and the blue one is a minor arterial. So we're in the process at the moment of looking at the whole future north-south arterial, and with a view to designating it to look at the construction in the future. In the meantime, we have this issue here. So, Council, to probably answer some of the questions that were being asked, Council has not budgeted to build these roads on its own in its 10-year plan. So our normal operation is to consider what development activity is happening and to work with the developers to upsize roads. So what we have in our 10-year plan is a contribution to work with the developer, in this case RDL, to upsize the infrastructure. So when they come along and do their development, they need to mitigate their effects and put in a road of a certain size. We'll work with them to pay for extra land and extra width to put in a road that's more suitable for the development of the whole area. So we have not programmed in our budget to build these roads on our own. I think we have contributed to the confusion for the community about the timing of this road. So very early on in our engagement with Rotokauri Rise, we identified that some of our publicity that we were putting out included Te Wetini Drive to be built in 2018-19. So what we had failed to do was point out the dependency on our funding with the developers' timing. So some of the community saw our publication that Te Wetini Drive was going to be built in a certain year, and so they did have an expectation of the road, both probably from the developer and by ourselves. So that's something we understood and have corrected sort of for future publicity we put out in terms of our programs and what we're doing. So the fact is that it has been, this 400 metre bit of road has been the most challenging bit of infrastructure that I've ever had to deal with in my time in council because of the stormwater issues. It has genuinely taken a lot longer than anticipated by all parties. There are significant technical and hydrological issues we're dealing with, but also significant ecological issues with mudfish. So Brian, on behalf of Rotokauri Developments, talked about the regional council consenting processes. They were arduous, but in my view, quite appropriate in terms of ecology and making sure that we can build this road but look after the ecology in the area. The real challenge is that we are trying to build this ahead of the major Greenway swale. If the major Greenway swale was built, as James said, this would be a lot easier. They'd probably just bridge the swale and it would be easier to do. But the reality is the swale is not there. So if I just talk quickly about the importance of this link, this is a really important transport link. So it's got a role in development in the area, but it's got a really significant transport connection imperative for us, which is why Council prioritised the upsize funding in the 3 years of this plan, particularly for public transport. So there is a new public transport service being looked at the moment, the East-West Connector, still to be named. This is on the significant sort of route of that connection. So the bus transport network at the moment will terminate just at the end at Rotokauri Road. It'll terminate there until such time as Te Wetini Drive is built, and then that public transport route will be connected through Te Wetini Drive to our Rotokauri transport hub. So it has got real significance in terms of connectivity for our whole community, as well as for the Rotokauri Rise community. Clearly, we've heard that they've built in this area with an expectation of that connectivity for them as a local community through to the base in the north. I'm just making the point it's got a broader connectivity imperative for us in terms of our whole city and the public transport network. So the details are in the public excluded. So the decision in front of Council is to provide a contribution to work with Rotokauri Development Limited to build this road. It is funded, but we can talk about that in the public excluded section. So there is the need to enter into a contract with RDL, and hence the commercial nature of that discussion, to just finalise who pays what and how this project will proceed. But I do know from talking to Rotokauri Development Limited, they are well advanced in their tender process. There are no surprises. This is looking very good and very confident after a long period of time that this road is ready to start building this construction season, hopefully. So, Mr Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions.
And Councillor, just we won't take questions on the finances itself, the details of that, but anything else in this part, we will later for that. And Ewan, I'm going to give you first opportunity for follow-up. Good question. Oh, yeah, even ahead of your colleague, Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair Dave. Chris, thank you for your explanation. And look, I appreciate your candour in accepting some ownership of our communication could have been much better. Look, I've got a lot of other questions, which I'll limit to PX.
Yep.
But here's the critical question that I still don't understand. How come, with all of our expertise and access to experts, we didn't know how complicated it was going to build that 400-metre piece of roading? Because this minor swale component is at the heart of the complexity, is from what I understood you to say. How did we not have optics on that from day one as an organisation?
So it's like a lot of projects, Councillor Ian, you don't always understand the complexity until you jump into the detail in the design. From our point of view, was a road that RDL were going to build. We provided what we thought was an appropriate upsize at a point in time in the annual plan with the information we had, which is not a lot. So just remember, we're still working through the swale and designating it, and we haven't even designed the swale. So there's a lot of design information or design detail that RDL have had to progress. So through that process, you start understanding some of the complexities, and when you start getting information about the water levels and the hydraulics of how this is going to work and the ecology. So it just, like a lot of projects, the devil's in the detail as you start designing these things and understanding them.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could, so please help me understand. How can we have gone out publicly talking about the likelihood of a completion of a road without having done exactly what you've just articulated? Where is it in our planning process before we start saying we're going to do something like that? Do we have engineers go out and actually start scoping and understanding that stuff? Because what you've just said in terms of the in-depth inquiry and analysis and seems a really logical place to start and seems to be a sensible process. Where I'm struggling, and I think aspects of the community are struggling, as we've heard today, how we on one hand verbalise and in some cases put in writing and lead to an expectation we're doing something, but we've actually not done any of those initial primary steps. So I don't understand as an organisation how we can be doing these things, and surely are there some learnings from this? So is there an opportunity to maybe that we don't say we're going to do things until we've actually done that initial analysis?
Yep, look, I understand the question, and a provocative answer to that question is we do it all the time.
What's the non-provocative answer?
But I want a context that we do it with a lot of skill and judgment. But we and Council is going to go through this in the next few months. We're developing a 10-year plan for 10 years. We don't know all the details of the projects that you want to do in the 10 years' time. So how we plan these projects is really important. So we will put in if I simplify it, 3 phases: an investigation phase, a design phase, and a construction phase. So we don't jump straight into the construction. We have to do an investigation phase. We know nothing about some of the projects that you will want to do in the next 10 years. The context I want to put to that, so it's not taken the wrong way, is we exercise as much judgment as we can in terms of what we know. If you come and hunt down every single infrastructure project we're proposing, you will see a level of care and due diligence in the project and what's required and how much we think it's going to cost and what the challenges are. But until you do the investigation, you just don't know. And the projects will get shaped through that process.
I don't want to go too far down the general track because we're certainly going to have that again. But specific, have you got any more specific to this one?
Just one, if I could. I hear your explanation. Where I'm struggling to comprehend is that this isn't a matter of doing a 10-year projection. We were giving resource consents to build houses here, right? It had started. So I would have assumed before us doing that, at least, we would have done this step. So I hear you in terms of our LTP, but where I'm struggling is we gave 120 odd houses consent to build, and we still hadn't done that work.
Can I put a perspective on that? So it's probably more for RDL to speak on, but RDL are promoting a subdivision in a number of stages. So the houses that have been built now have been given consent and they're not dependent on this road. You know, they have appropriate access and it's by Rotokauri Road. So they would have gone through a consenting process. There is adequate access for these houses to go. Clearly it's desirable to have an alternative access to the north, but it's not, the consenting process wasn't dependent on this thing being built.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Gallagher, thank you.
Yeah, I think Councillor Forsyth and Wilson have probably asked most of my questions. I'm just wanting to have perhaps a general question, is if someone is going to invest literally in life savings to purchase a property and they do due diligence, what is our responsibility as a council to create an environment of accurate information for them?
Yeah, I think I've indicated, I think that's our one of our big learnings on this. Like if people had come to us and asked us what our plans were, we could have told them. But we need to be more proactive than that, and I think this council has made some good progress in the last 3 years of going out to the community and being a bit more proactive and descriptive of how we're building communities. I think we've done a really good job in Peacocks, and we're talking at the moment to how we bring a whole area like Rotokauri into the same sort of storytelling and information provision to the community and how that community will develop over time.
Though, yep. Chris, I note that in this particular case, in the Rotokauri Rise residents talked about this, they went to one of those council sessions and were shown this road with a tag, and I can recall it, for completion 2018/19. So that particular form of consultation or information didn't work for them.
And I accept that, and that's what I'm saying. We could have done a lot better. We had a poster up there that had a little circle around Te Wetini Drive, and we said Te Wetini Drive 2018 $5.8 million, and that was for all of our upsize contributions for roads and water and stormwater. We could have done better to say it had a dependency on working with developers for the substantive road formation. Yeah, we could have done a lot better, and we will.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Ewan raised some really good questions there. We've now got a road to.
Sorry, Paula. Do you mind speaking into the mic a little more?
Sorry, I forget for the Zoom people. Sorry. I think Ewan raised really good questions there, and what we've ended up now with is a road to nowhere, or somewhere that hasn't got a road to it. More to the point, which does concern me. And so some of this was not only the practicalities of working through the stormwater opportunities, how the developers themselves would contribute, but it was also a change of direction from the previous councils to look to the southern growth cell, wasn't it? Because at one stage wasn't Rotokauri a favoured hub of development, so we proceeded with confidence to put part of the infrastructure in, and then it all stopped there, or have I got that wrong?
Maybe partially right. I don't think it would have changed the way we grow growth cells. Like council could decide to put in lead infrastructure for Rotokauri so you don't get this issue. So that would be a bit more like Peacocks, like opening up Peacocks, what you're doing, and we don't do it very often, and the last time council did it was probably when you opened up Rototuna. We're putting in lead infrastructure with the main roads already in place, but our process over years has been to look at a growth cell at like a jigsaw puzzle and putting the jigsaw puzzle together and working in pockets where we see the development and building roads.
Sure, but in this case we've put a couple of pieces of the puzzle. We seem to have lost the rest of the puzzle. The pieces in the box are no longer there, so now we've got this road literally to connecting to nothing much. So what do we do about that?
Yep. So I'd not meaning to be
No, you can be
difficult, but I guess
straightforward.
that's an LTP discussion and what we're coming up with now. So I think there'll be a lot more examples of this that we'll talk about in the LTP. So do we want to fund and put the roads in place first so we don't get this, or to stop development till the roads are in place, or do we let the development happen with the infrastructure that's a minimum required to get development away? So it is an LTP discussion and what council wants to invest in.
But my understanding from listening to the public forums is that communities and developers out there had some certainty, and that's all changed. So how do we get that certainty conversation back for that first part? I'm talking just the first part for Rotokauri. I'm not talking the bigger one, you know, that we were talking about in council. I'm talking the first part.
I think for this issue and this community, we're on the cusp of providing that certainty with the roads, and depending on your decisions today and RDL following through. So the certainty will be there for this community today. The connection will be made. It still leaves a significant challenge for progressing Rotokauri and future development and the dependency on the swale and the roading system.
Right, I get that, but it's, you know, like you say, it's a pocket of residents and also a pocket of developers sitting there with an incomplete piece of the puzzle.
Yep, and look, we've been having some intensive discussions with the Rotokauri Rise community. So that started a little while ago where we didn't have certainty of the road timing, so the meetings were a little bit more difficult than they are now, because I think we can see the light at the end of the tunnel, depending on your decisions today.
Sure, they'd be
Yeah,
happy.
I think there'll certainly be more discussions on that theme in the LTP.
I've no doubt.
Yeah, look, thank you very much, everyone, and thanks to Pauline and Rebecca.
Quick question, if we could.
Oh, sorry, Bunty, I didn't see your... Look, where's that blue hand you had the other day?
It's sitting on your desk. Hey, yeah, no, I appreciate that. Sorry, there was a late blue hand. Hey, Chris, just for context's sake, I get the emotion of this one, and I get the pressure. Are there any others similar to this around the place that we should be knowing about, like your Borman roads, all that sort of stuff, where people have built houses and are waiting for a road to be finished that we should know about?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to go too far. Quick answer, because this is about Rotokauri Rise.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just for context, though.
So I gave the quick answer was yes.
Yeah, okay.
And Borman Road East is a classic one where there'll be lots of conversations about that as part of the 10-year plan.
Yeah, but that's a good point, Bunty, and we should get staff to actually list them as part of the early LTP discussions, what stranded communities there may be in similar circumstances. Thank you, Pauline and Rebecca, for being there. I see TGH have already gone. Thanks, everyone, for this discussion. Thank you, Chris, for jumping in at the 12 hours notice on this. Thanks. We'll move on to the next item. Now oh, sorry, yeah, the resolution that we receive the verbal report of the General Manager on item 13, seconded by Councillor Gallagher. Those in favour or against, that's carried unanimously. Thanks. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we're going to move back to the actual agenda now, which goes to the confirmation of the Open Strategic Growth Committee minutes, the 20th of August, moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by myself. Any discussion, queries? If not, I'll put that resolution. A show of hands, those in favour, against, that's carried unanimously. Next item is the Chair's report. I'm not going to speak to that, but if there are any questions, I'll take them now. Thanks. If not, that's great. I'll move that report be received, seconded by Councillor Ryan. A show of hands, those in favour, against, that's carried. Thank you. Item 7. We were just going to time this to do with one councillor's ability to be here, which is all solved at the moment. That's good. So we've got Blair speaking to this. Blair, are you going to... Where are you going? At the down the end, yeah, I think we're just going to try and keep those chairs free for speakers. It's a little bit easier than up here, and they can see the screen as well when we need that. So, Blair, that's page 15, councillors.
Yes, it is. Good morning, councillors, and just to introduce this item briefly, councillors will know that off the back of our very constructive conversation with Auckland Council around the water care consent, the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor and some of the councillors here and executive met with Auckland Council, and through those very, very positive conversations, both councils agreed that it would be desirable to have a strategic relationship agreement in place to guide and to provide a platform for future strategic discussions between our two councils. And so that is the agreement that you have in front of you today. I'm pleased to say that Auckland Council considered the agreement in the past week, and they have passed and approved it with very similar recommendations to ours, though, noting that obviously we are discussing this today. I do note prior to the meeting today, Councillor Thompson just raised the possibility of a small addition to the agreement, and that is just in relation to section 3, where we list some of the potential areas of initial discussion or focus of the group. And I must admit that list is not an exclusive list. It can change. And Councillor Thompson asked whether the addition of climate change opportunities to sort of reduce emissions could be added. So if that was the will of the meeting, that could certainly be something that we just discussed with Auckland as a minor amendment. And I think certainly the outcome of this agreement is really to provide regular meetings of governance, senior governance, senior staff with Auckland, and the work program will be that it develops over time, but it's ultimately where there are opportunities to strategically collaborate and pursue items of mutual interest. That's the intention. So through the Chair, I'm happy to take any questions on this item.
Just on the resolution, Blair, before we go ahead, the recommendation, I should say, I understand you and Sarah have agreed on amended wording of that you think will fit the bill. So can we just have that up on the board first? I just want it up there in context, then we'll go to the questions, just so councillors can see what this. No, I just want it up there first, so everyone can see what that is.
I've just discussed with Maxine, who's seconding it, housing affordability.
Well, no, hang on, we haven't called. Just slow down. We'll get there. Because this is the motion, it's not an amendment. So the changes are in red, Kyla? Yep. And Blair, that's what you've discussed?
Yes, that's the wording that Sarah and no. Look, I think housing affordability fits within that urban growth agenda matters.
Well, sorry, hang on, no side discussions because we need to have everyone involved. So I'm taking that as the motion that we're going to be discussing, but in the meantime we're asking questions, but it will be moved by Sarah and Maxine seconding when we get to that point, but we'll go through the... Do you want to put Sarah back onto the question list unless you meant to jump off? You were on it. Hey? Okay, you're right. All right. Councillor Pascoe, thanks. Sorry.
Thanks, Chair. First question, Blair, and thanks for the work that you've done on this. Is there a need for these changes that are being suggested in the motion? And I'm not trying to be negative about this, but the first paragraph in 3 starts off without limiting the full range of existing common interests. You've mentioned that Auckland's already agreed to this memorandum of understanding. Are we really going back with some little niggles there that could already be discussed? And look, I have to say that housing affordability in Auckland must be an absolute laugh, because I don't think it's ever going to happen, but there's no reason why we can't talk about it.
Look, thank you, Councillor. I would suggest that any recommended or requests, I will need to negotiate with Auckland as to whether they're happy. But certainly the overarching introduction is, as you've said, that list is not a full and final list. Other matters will come and go. So, look, I think if the will of the meeting here is to identify a couple of matters for me to discuss with Auckland, we will do so. But I wouldn't want council to spend a lot of time adding a whole range of things, because the very intent of this is to keep it high level, and through the goodwill of the two mayors and the deputy mayors and the chief executives, etc., we can add and amend items as we believe is possible. But certainly, if the will of the meeting here is to have a couple of items for us to discuss, I'm happy to do so. But I think the other thing to note is that further resolutions would delegate that to the chief executive to finalise. And if we don't agree those, I don't see that as a considerable issue either, because the way Section 3 is worded, those items could come up in the course of conversation anyway.
And Councillor Rob, just want to say for the process sake, I saw the question come through last night in Blair's response, and I thought that was consistent with existing council policy. So I sort of allowed them to work that out to put up today.
I'm just a little bit concerned that the wording of the motion is approves the strategic relationship memorandum with the addition, and it suggests to me that if Auckland says no, and I can't see why they wouldn't say no, does that mean that we're not going to be approving today the memorandum of understanding?
I wonder whether
and it almost seems like there's a condition there that if Auckland says no, then
I take your point. What's the process if that were to happen? Does the motion cover it, or does it kick it for touch, Blair?
I wonder whether the items in red could be amended into paragraph B instead, which is where the chief executive is delegated to finalise and include something such as seeking the following additions.
Look, this is getting messy. I was hoping that what was coming to us today was going to be the final recommendation. If it keeps changing clauses and things like that, then I'm going to call a 2-minute break to get that sorted out if you want to change that, because I don't want councillors to be debating something that's unnecessary or that changes later on.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I almost called you Madam Chair, sorry. Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that's a really good idea, because I'm one of the co-signatories on this. I've seen your report, but apart from your report, I haven't had a chance to discuss with Blair. All the
Okay, no, look, a fair point. Let's expand that to 3 minutes and include you and Blair and Sarah, please, just to sort out the final format, because I don't want that messy discussion in the middle of council. It's a 3-minute break, councillors. Make it No, we're having a break. We're on the break. No, we're not on. Yep. We're going to come back, councillors. Don't get all.
Democratic involvement.
Councillor Gallagher, stay calm.
Can we not just all adjourn into the tea room and have a chat about this? And
No, I don't, it's no point. Everyone, those who are interested, are most welcome to.
So not interested.
Please, this is a lesson to me to not to have last-minute changes at all and make people move amendments and go formal. We were trying, and to not let Councillor Gallagher ask any questions at all. It's the other lesson. Sorry, everyone. So, Sarah, would you mind getting together with those two?
So my thinking had been just say with logistical changes that the transport
meeting. Can't see the whole list. We're starting the meeting again, thanks. We have pieces broken out on the Western Front, and we've got we're back to the and the Eastern Front. Oh yeah, too, East and West. We're back to the resolution, I understand, the recommendation of staff as printed in your agenda, with the addition of a minute note, which I will put on the board, that this would be included in the minutes, which then ties it to the further work that the Chief Executive has delegated authority for. Is that how we see it, Blair?
It's the Chief Executive the ability to then have that conversation with Auckland Council, and it's captured in Resolution B, which is subject to the feedback at the meeting, so it's nicely captures the intent.
I think, Rob, that answers your point as well, and Sarah, and Maxine, that's...
Those words up there will need to, so that it won't be in the final memorandum of understanding.
Maybe that it advocates for or something, but yeah.
Yeah.
We can tweak.
Advocate for, yep. I think that doesn't tie us in any knots necessarily in a
And it
legal
also
sense.
doesn't,
Yep.
set Auckland up to say no. Or,
Yeah, I think, look, we're trying to get back to questions now. Minute notes can be changed, they're not absolutely prescriptive anyway. They set out our direction of travel, let's say. So we've got...
Strongly
all at once.
So I'm coming here, I should do that. Rob's got a follow-up question, so we don't need to discuss the wording now.
No, my follow-up question is not related to that. Blair, is it fair to say that Auckland is enthusiastic and willing with this memorandum of understanding? Because it's fairly easy to draw a conclusion that in terms of their desperate need for water, they may have been dragged to the table by central government and the promise of water from this area, and it may well be that the memorandum of understanding may not have the legs, to travel anywhere.
Look, I think Auckland Council are genuine about their desire to really strengthen the relationship between the two councils, and I think it builds on the fact that they are a member of Future Proof Growth Partnership. So I have to take the strong signals I've had from my conversations with their senior staff, and the warm relationship Mayor Paul has with Mayor Goff is a very strong signal they are genuine, and so I think this augurs well. And we have, I guess, councillors, not only just water, but we have a number of other common areas of interest, and I think they're cited in Section 3. So I'm genuinely confident about this, and ultimately, a memorandum of understanding, whether it exists or not, it comes down to relationships and the outcomes that we two organisations drive from these discussions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. I've got Councillor Gallagher, then Councillor Forsyth before Mangai James.
I'll probably save it for debate.
If there's not a question in there...
Well, the question is, do you think there's a danger during the very excellent suggested amendment by Councillor Thompson and Van Oosten that we're taking this out of the resolution waters this two critical issues down?
No.
In terms of you don't. You're confident.
Very confident.
Supremely confident.
I'm confident.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Martin. Margaret, thank you.
Thanks, Chair Dave. Thanks, Blair. I'm just wanting to sort of, I suppose, dig a little deeper around, well, what does this relationship actually mean? And I've heard you speak very positively about the genuineness of this budding relationship. So I see that CEOs and mayors will be meeting, well, the plan is to meet 6 monthly. Can you just tell me, I'm trying to understand the depth of this budding relationship, well, the depth of this ongoing relationship, and where we can actually make the most of it. So, apart from the obvious, the water, and probably commuter rail service, what are the imminent matters or projects that you can see us working together more productively on?
I think first thing, Councillor, whilst the MOU talks about mayor to mayor and chief executive to chief executive meetings, I do note that the first conversation meeting we had with Auckland Council involved a number of your colleagues around the table here. So it was a bigger meeting, and it was both senior staff and governors. I would see matters including that wider urban growth agenda, so that speaks to a whole raft of matters around the matters this committee considers: housing, funding and financing of infrastructure, the interconnectedness of our two metro areas. I think that the matters that Councillor Thompson, Councillor Van Oosten have put on the table for consideration merit strong discussion. I think undoubtedly the relationship with the government will be a key conversation point, bearing in mind we are one of a few metro councils grappling with a number of similar issues. So how we work with the Crown, how we have a strong relationship with the Crown, and how we jointly advocate for outcomes of the Crown, I think will be hugely beneficial. And bearing in mind, Auckland has the scale and the area of government that is even greater than ours, so how we can align with them is important. And then I think things such as freight and logistics are also going to be, I think, highly topical. If we think about the increasing role of that in the context of Hamilton, Hamilton's connection to Tauranga, Hamilton's connection to Auckland, the Port of Auckland debate. So I think, Councillor, there's just some examples, but again, as I've said, that list there is not a full and final list. Mayor Paul and Mayor Goff may identify other matters that are relevant or timely, and I would be very confident they would get onto the agenda for a conversation and work program.
Okay, thanks, Blair. That gives me a little bit more clarity. You did mention relationship with the Crown. That's my second question, if I may,
Sure.
Chair Dave. And that is, it's no secret that the Crown has overpromised and under-delivered as far as Hamilton goes, around shovel-ready, fingers crossed for Three Waters as well, that we actually are on the positive side of Crown funding. So, given what's happened to us recently, how do you see, you've just mentioned it now, how do you see this potential, this relationship supporting us going forward, given that we're going to be competing for the same funds?
Well, I think, Councillor, Auckland have got a very strong relationship with the Crown and have done comparatively very well with Crown investments. So I think there are real opportunities for us to learn and to leverage and to extend that relationship they have to what's happening in the metropolitan area around Hamilton. So look, specifically, I can't give you an answer, but I think that the benefit of us working closely with Auckland, exploring and expanding those relationships we have around future-proof and rail, etc., and our stronger story. If Auckland starts to provide a very compelling story that links into our story, I think that will help us with our government engagement. If the government understands more deeply how the Hamilton metro area helps Auckland also progress what it's trying to achieve, and we work together, I think that will be a key part of our relationship with the government.
Great, that's, it all sounds wonderful and it sounds promising, but at the end of the day, I suppose it's going to come down to delivery. So, yeah, I look forward to seeing how this relationship benefits both parties.
And I think, Councillor, the fact is that Auckland, the fact that they are wanting to have a strong relationship with us is great. They have scale, they have size, they have expertise, and if we can leverage that, I think that will be, our community will be better for that.
Thanks. Margai James, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question was just around, just wanted some clarity. When we use the term common interest, and then I went through that MOU, and within that the term strategic priorities, is that priorities developed through the LTP or developed amongst us at committee level and offered, in terms of additions to recommendations? I suppose that's why I'm just asking, when we say strategic priorities, where does those come from?
Look, I think you can probably, Mungai, James, interpret that as widely as you or narrowly as you see. I mean, I would suggest that from a Hamilton perspective, it will be informed by our various strategies and plans, and that will help us, and that will change over time. And that's probably why it's worded in a very general form. Our priorities, there may be something that's topical, that's come up very quickly and something that's a major issue or major opportunity, but equally those longer term priorities will come from things such as a long-term plan, from things such as the Council's vision. So I think it's generally worded that way to allow it to be flexible.
Okay, cool.
I'll get Mayor Paula to just add a comment to that answer because she's involved.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is also very much shaped by UNISA and our H2A agreements. So we haven't worked very well outside of those key issues that we're talking around through HTA, the growth issues, and Upper North Island strategics, which is pretty much reflected in the document you see here. But we've had one good meeting because post-COVID, where we started to talk more broadly about cross-boundary interest, and I believe that Mayor Gough would be very open to us extending the scope and range of how we work together. We just haven't entered into that space yet. But I'm really keen for this council to give myself and Richard the direction that you would like to travel so that we can relay that in the December meeting with a view to getting a really good construct going over the next year. Is that fair enough?
That's absolutely.
James, did you have more questions?
I guess, thank you, Mayor Paula, because I guess that's what I was asking, was what was framing the strategic priorities, so that I suppose what I was looking for was around the opportunities for us to respond to demographic matters, in terms of we've got a growth in the voice of the Pacifica community. Auckland's fantastic in how they're representing their Pacifica community and its growth. I guess that's where I was trying to understand where was the framing for the strategic priorities, so I could see that also encompassed within the common interest of the MOU. But if it's UNESA Drive, then I guess there might be some time before we can develop what's included within that.
We're starting to stray into discussion here. Let's leave that for the debate, because Councillor Wilson's chomping at the bit for his question.
I'm always excited at the opportunity to speak, Mr. Chair.
Question in this case.
Oh, that's right. Blair, I've got a couple of questions, and they're all procedural. They're all process-driven. This is, as I've read, this is clearly a council-to-council memorandum, not a mayoral office to mayoral office.
Council to council.
Correct. Could you remind me when elected members of the Hamilton City Council first saw the document and were asked for feedback?
Sorry, which document? You're talking about
the memorandum that we're about to authorise the Mayor to sign.
It's through today's agenda.
Right. Thank you. When did our counterparts in Auckland first see it and have an opportunity to participate and frame it?
Through their same process.
Right, thank you. And they've already had the meeting and they've signed off on it?
No, they have had a meeting in the last week where they have passed an almost identical resolution to the resolution that's in front of you today.
Right. So my question is, if it is in this formal environment that we are formalising this for the first time, why would there be any hesitation in this council being able to move any amendments that we would see fit?
I'm not suggesting that there is any hesitation. I think, Councillor Wilson, this is the same in any situation where it's the same as the next matter on the agenda with Waikato District Council, where we have an agreement where it's been worked together, but ultimately you need to allow the flexibility for either meeting to raise matters that
So
may
just
change it.
work together, but elected members haven't been involved in its formulation or asked for feedback until it's presented here, and the other party has already passed a resolution binding its council to its direction.
And I think, Councillor Wilson, if there are any matters where our council wishes to raise a change, the process allows that, and we will then work with Auckland Council with our feedback, and that's a very normal process on any other joint council situations where there may be matters raised through the formal process, and we then have to go back and circle back with the other party.
So thank you. Who, from an elected member standpoint, who was involved in the early iterations of the Memorandum of Understanding?
No, it's been driven by this. So to be clear, the Memorandum of Understanding was discussed at the last meeting of the councils, of which there were governance representatives from this table here and Auckland, and then staff were asked to go away and prepare the draft that you have in front of you, reflecting the very clear intent. And I think what I would say, councillors, is the Memorandum of Understanding is a relationship agreement. It is not a legally binding contract of any such. It is a relationship agreement which merely sets out how the parties will look to work more closely together on a regular basis and outlines some areas of common interest where we may wish to collaborate. It is so I think we need to be really conscious that it is not the same as a legal contract between two parties that's financially committing us to everything.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One last question, and I guess I'm raising these questions in light of Councillor Pascoe's question, or the insertion or the concern raised about us having an opportunity or wanting to make any changes either to the memorandum or to the resolution because the other contracted party had already passed one. And I'm highlighting the irony that as an elected member, this is the first formal forum that I've had and others had to engage. Yeah, the question is, and it's coming, is this an appropriate process? Because I feel I've been denied and others have been denied the right.
Sorry, you're going into the speech part.
Sure.
The question is fine.
So you're saying, in other words, you're saying this is common practice in this council, that elected members get to see this as a fait accompli when the other party is signed, and that's the standard we set.
Ewan, sorry, I think that last bit is an unfair question. The first bit was fine. What's happened on this occasion? Fine to ask about that. And I will get Blair to answer that. I should point out that both myself...
Sorry, the Mayor has asked for a point of order. I've stopped.
Sorry.
No, just because I think that was an inaccurate...
Yeah, well, I'm...
But you already said that.
Sorry, hang on, let me... Paula. Yeah. Yeah, Paula, please. Ewan, we'll get an answer to your question, but I'm going to point out, for factual correctness' sake, that Councillors Ryan and myself, and I can't remember whether the Deputy Mayor was involved, he was invited, but I don't think he could attended the first meeting that did ask staff to go away from both sides to prepare a memorandum of understanding. So that, just for the factual accuracy point, we were involved in that meeting. Blair, do you want to ask about Ewan's question relates to the process for this agreement, not generally speaking, because there are different occurrences for different items.
Look, I think to Councillor Wilson's question, of course, with every document that comes in Council, it would be ideal to circulate those widely, get lots of feedback. That hasn't happened in this situation, and if I guess if councillors feel that's not appropriate, then Council can give us feedback, and we will go back and work that through with Auckland Council. What I would note is that that this is a high-level memorandum of understanding that guides us to collaboratively work together at a strategic level. And so on that basis, that was the way we approached it, Councillor Wilson. Now, if I've misread that, then I'm happy to take guidance from Council.
Yeah, and I think that will come up in debate, Ewan, that aspect.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Gallagher has got a second question.
Yes, the question is then, we actually technically could go back and add climate change issues and housing affordability issues in this memorandum if we chose. Be no problem, surely.
Which is exactly what I understand council was asking to happen.
So we can add that. Okay, so the resolution doesn't say that.
No,
We discussed that with the wording of the resolution.
Sure.
It provides the opportunity for that sort of thing to happen with delegation to the chief executive, and we are noting in the minutes the request for climate change to be covered.
Okay, that's helpful.
In
Thank
that
you.
aspect, yeah.
You're always very helpful, Mr. Chair.
I try to be.
The other thing is, if we look at the joint meetings, and I think future-proof H2A is a brilliant example where you have the delegates, but there's an opportunity for the rest of us to zoom in or sit in the room to witness. And where this question leads is to certainly encourage not just a mayor-to-mayor chief executive relationship, which is very important, but obviously I'm recognising even sometimes from a chair-to-chair type
So
relationship.
the question,
I'm just wanting to say what opportunity do I, as a humble backbench member of this council, have to participate in these forums?
yeah, sorry, it's asked Blair, you're next anyway, Paula.
Albeit only as an observer in most cases.
Is there an opportunity for observers who are members of the two councils to participate in any way in such discussions?
I wouldn't foreshadow that being an issue at all. But I think the specifics of how those meetings will operate will be something that we will work through with Auckland Council and mayor to mayor. But Councillor, I don't see these as something that's closed to an elected member.
Don't misreceive the question, because I utterly get the need for the mayor-to-mayor sometimes closed door relationship. That's really crucial. But I'm looking at forums which UNISAR, H2A tend to provide for a wider.
And I think, Councillor, I would take the example of future-proof, where members of the council come along and observe. And I mean, obviously these are meetings with the two councils or representatives. But I think what I would also say is that the points in the background section of the document are the key here. This is ultimately about, if council wishes to have a stronger relationship with Auckland Council, this document provides recognition that both parties wish to do so. And I think we just need to be really careful that we don't overcomplicate what is in front of us today. It's about us forging strong relationships between two councils, which we already have, but it just puts a bit more of a framework around that, and that's the intent of this here. No. And I wouldn't want us to lose sight of that's the core purpose of this.
No.
Okay, thanks. Mayor Paula, thank you. Brief comment then a question, thanks.
Yeah, look, I'm just trying to move this forward constructively. I also hadn't seen it, just for interest. I also hadn't seen it since it
Paula, sorry, do you mind speaking a bit more into the mic?
Sorry, I also hadn't seen this till I saw it on the agenda. I had been part of the early conversations. This has been done at a chief executive level. I think Ewan raises a good point in terms of having had more time for elected members to understand the context outside of a formal committee meeting. I think that is where we've made a mistake in this one. And so I apologise if this is something I should have picked up. In terms of answering the question, can elected members come along? They can. They did. I invited two important portfolios along with me to give them an understanding, and I opened the invitation to take anyone else with me who would like to get an understanding, and I always have, who would like to get an understanding to what some of those other strategic forums that I attend are. So more than happy for Ewan to come with me next time, or whomever may be interested in, because this is all about learning all areas of the business, right? In respect to this, is there any problem, this is my question, is there any problem, Blair, if we lay this on the table to give a short period of time? I know it's high level, and myself, I'm reasonably comfortable with it, but then I'm part of UNESA and I'm part of all of that. So is there any possibility, or would it be useful to do a procedural motion to lay this aside for the moment so that members who feel that they haven't had enough time to digest what's within it can do so?
Look,
Or is there a
yeah,
timeline?
I'm detecting that there's a slight unease in the process, not in the actual document. As chair, I could actually decide to do that, to lay it on the table to the next meeting of council.
Yeah,
which
because
would
it's
give
December,
a
it's December when we meet together,
yeah.
and I want all my elected members to be comfortable with this.
So, look, Bunty has a question. I'll allow that to be asked, and I'm indicating that's what I'll direct happen from the chair. Sorry, have you got a question too, Sarah? No, well, oh, okay, sorry. Bunty, your question to Blair?
Oh, yeah, no, look, if it's going to get moved along, I don't want to overcomplicate things. No, all good. I'm out.
Good.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillors, I think the questions and Mayor Paula's response has shown us that we need just a little bit more talking to get the right degree of comfort around this. So I'm going to direct that the item lay on the table, direct that from the chair, which I've checked I can do before I did it, and that will come back to the management can decide whether it comes back to the next council meeting along with the mayor and myself, or to the next meeting of this committee, one of those two.
So just a quick process question only. In terms of our comms with Auckland, we certainly underscore that we are very, very keen on this memorandum. It's just there's a couple of little nuances we want to deal with. Is that right?
Yep, and Blair is very skilled at passing on those sorts of thoughts in nice ways that don't get the other party upset. He's been doing that for 20 years at least with this council. But you're right.
Yeah, and that would give some processes. So in terms of the excellent material raised by Councillor Thompson and Van Oosten, that would give us a time to nuance that.
It will.
Thank you.
We may see it come back in a slightly different form. Okay, councillors, we're going to, that item's laid on the table. There's no resolution. Sorry. Oh, sorry, okay. I do need to move a resolution that the matter lie on the table until the next meeting of either the council or the Strategic Growth Committee, to be decided by between the management and mayor. That's seconded by Councillor Van Oosten. Those in favour, please raise their hands. Those against, carried. Thanks for that, and thanks for the constructive outcome too. Okay. Sorry, councillors, there is a bit of discussion going on within the meeting between councillors, and I'm finding it a little hard to concentrate on both sides that's happening. Thanks. The time now, let's do the strategic boundary agreement between HCC and Waikato District Council, where there has been a lot of involvement of councillors over the last few years, and especially recently, with our joint meeting with that council. Blair, would you like to introduce this one? It's item 8 on page 22, thanks.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this is a revised strategic boundary agreement between ourselves and Waikato District Council to replace the existing agreement dated 2005. So the purpose of the updates is to, one, bring the agreement into reflecting the current circumstances in terms of land remaining to be transferred to Hamilton City Council at a future date. Secondly, to remove or change the triggers upon which the land will transfer to Hamilton. So previously the agreement had hard fixed dates in the case of R2 and HT1. The new agreement removes those dates and in fact introduces a process whereby if both councils through the ongoing governance group discussions feel that the time is appropriate, that through a simple letter from the Chief Executive to Waikato District Council, we can initiate the start of the boundary change process, which then follows a local government commission process. The agreement also provides very clear guidelines on the financial considerations that would apply in terms of land transfer, which is very helpful. And finally, the agreement also provides a mechanism for any future land parcel areas that may be identified between the councils and to how they would be addressed and progressed in terms of strategic land boundary agreements. So this agreement is not about actually saying tomorrow we're going to start the process, but it provides the flexibility for both councils, in particular Hamilton City Council, to initiate that process when it's appropriate. And so that lines up really well with our upcoming long-term plan conversations and I guess the opportunity for this council to be more in my words, prepared and ready for those conversations in relation to those future growth areas, and also the necessary commercial and other planning considerations that we need to take into account as we think about those future growth areas. So, Chair, happy to take any questions.
Okay, and I'm moving the recommendation seconded by Councillor Ryan to get this on the table, and we're over to questions. Councillor Gallagher, thank you.
I think obviously just noting the, I think, quite excellent work of the elected members and staff on this. As you know, and for the benefit of new councillors, I've always talked about community of interest, and I'm just wanting to work out the flexibility, whereas previously the impression is that the new bits have been just predicated on a, you know, we're going to build houses tomorrow or in the next 5 years, versus, for example, HT1, which within 2 years is going to be totally separated from the rest of Waikato District by the Waikato Expressway. It'll be an isolated pocket there. And I'm just trying to work through what, in terms of our LTP discussions, what flexibility or not this gives us to have the conversation with Waikato that we think in terms of, while we're not looking at urban development straight away, we're looking at community of interest and natural, you know,
I think
what flexibility we have there.
It provides the complete flexibility that the Hamilton governance team sought in terms of how we can think about those future land areas. So for example, Councillor, if our council felt it was appropriate to start the process to bring one of those parcels into the city in the very short term, this allows that process to initiate, and then the councils to go through the formal boundary change process. And I think it was really, really important that the work of the governance group has laid the strong foundations for that boundaryless thinking, boundaryless planning, communities of interest that cross boundaries. And one of the recognitions was that those future areas are being preserved and protected for the future growth of the city, and that it may well be highly advantageous for those to become part of the city earlier than later to allow the city to plan in an integrated way, but also things such as that term value capture, those properties and their property values and the rates associated with those, the earlier that we may potentially bring some of those into the city allows this council to work with that value capture as opposed to it being lost and more challenging down the track. So the flexibility is there, Councillor, and that will be something that through the long-term plan process, this council can provide guidance and direction as to whether they wish to move more quickly.
Just two more questions. One is you know, the discussion which we'll have in the LTP and a wee bit about the value capture stuff around jumping across the expressway, so to speak, and I'm thinking particularly in general terms, you know, obviously we've got potential other things happening on the other side of the expressway, and this gives us the mechanism, I assume, for that conversation, you know, things that are not identified formally.
It certainly does, and I think that's been a really, really important acknowledgement between both councils that whilst the land areas as identified in the agreement have been known for some time, it doesn't preclude that there may be other areas, and I think you've cited a particular example where we know that there is some there have been some conversations through Future Proof.
Yeah.
We need a mechanism between our two councils where we can actually have those conversations, and this allows for that.
How does this inform to either yourself or the chair? I'm acknowledging the good work you're doing with Waipa, because obviously this is the sort of the bit of a template. And is this sort of going to be similar to Waipa, or where is that one at?
Fantastic question, and through the chair, very happy for me to answer that one.
Yes, just so without discussing, getting a whole discussion started on Waipa, but brief, is it a template for others?
The answer is it's a template for the conversation with Waipa, and in fact I've had that conversation with the Chief Executive of Waipa this week, and they are very keen for Hamilton and Waipa to probably pick up some of the themes in the Chair's report, and off the back of where we get to today, that will allow us to progress that with Waipa.
Thank you.
And I'd probably just a final comment, we do have a Waipa Hamilton City Council governance group, the same as we have with Waikato, so I would expect that our next meeting with Waipa, we will have something of a similar nature in relation to lands to the south of the city to consider.
Which meeting was delayed, so we're overdue for one now.
That's right.
Thank you. Councillor Robb and then Councillor Bunty.
Thanks, Chair. My question is around the Schedule C of the agreement and trying to link that back to paragraph 27, which refers to Schedule C. And this is the cost to HCC of bringing the land into the city.
Yeah.
I understand that our past land acquisition, if you like, from Waikato has been based on 10 years of rates. And I believe that towards the end of the last term, you and your counterpart at Waikato were looking at much more scientific calculations for what might be the financial deal to bring pockets of land from them back into the city. Has that progressed? When I read that the 10 years of rates are still sitting in there, has that progressed any further? And perhaps just a follow-on question to that, should we be including those calculations or a formula in Schedule C?
So I think those conversations have progressed, and Schedule C is the result of those conversations. I think at a high level, Waikato District Council have openly acknowledged the financial impact of any land transfer for them in terms of their balance in the books. So balance in the books is a key consideration. The difference between the financial provisions with the historical land transfers and this is the recognition that there are costs associated with that land that will no longer exist, and that they need to be taken into account in terms of the calculation. I think that's quite a big change from where previously. In past agreements, the gross rates that was levied on the land at the time was the amount paid, and had no regard to the ongoing costs that the new council picked up or incurred, and so that has been built into the formula. So I think that's a big step forward, Councillor. And equally, in terms of our council and our long-term plan, I've had some conversations with the finance team and alerted them to these provisions. And in fact, for the 2021 LTP, and Councillor McPherson's had an interest in this, that we need to make sure that we are signalling that we may have at some stage with the LTP both inward and outward flows in relation to these land areas that we need to provide for. And in terms of Hamilton City Council perspective, the idea was that it would be a neutral win-win for both councils. In other words, the rating that we would rate for those new areas would compensate for the amounts that we would be paying to Waikato District Council, but also take into account the costs that we would incur and have to pay for that land to look after.
And look, I don't doubt that, but to me, the 10 years of rates that they were collecting prior to the transfer seems to me to be a very broad brush calculation. And I think that where you and your counterpart were working was to try and get some accuracy around a calculation that did promote the win-win that you've just mentioned. So are we limiting our options by having mention in paragraph 27 that we would pay 10 years rates for any land that comes into the city without actually sitting down?
It actually says overhead contribution, specifically not using the term rates.
Well, no, I thought it was very clear when I read it that it was 10 years rates less adjustments.
But this in the actual report, Rob, it uses that word overhead contribution in order to be more accurate or nuanced than rates itself.
So in other words, that'll be the starting point, will be the 10 years of rates, and then you'll do the calculations to take that.
Yeah, and I think
that overhead portion out, if you like.
That's correct, and that's what Schedule C defines quite specifically.
Okay. Look, I'm happy with. It was just that my reading of it suggested that we were really back in that fallback position that we had previously had.
That might have been my overly simplistic cover report, but certainly Schedule C provides that level of detail and comfort, and certainly reflects that wider overhead contribution conversation.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Councillor Mark.
Thanks, Chair Dave, and great work there. It's very exciting. When I was reading this last night, I got myself in a bit of a spiral because I started looking at the agreement between Peter Harris to Michael Redman, and page 37 in particular. And I'm interested in areas R1 and R2, and these are the triggers for the transfer. They talked about that the areas will be transferred to the council at the time of construction of the expressway, or 2039, whichever comes first. Still might be a competition the way things are going.
Whichever comes later. Whichever comes later.
What's changed? Can you just explain that to me again?
So councillors, obviously that was the old agreement, and councillor, I just need to correct you. It was the construction of the expressway or 2039, whichever is the later. So.
There we go. Got it.
So hopefully that helps you. So
basically we're just removing that 2039. Is that right?
A range of other things, but certainly simplistically, the 2039 and 2045 dates have gone, and I think that was a major challenge for both councils. Does that help?
There's a light bulb moment that should have happened last night. Thank you.
See, Bunty's very easily satisfied. Councillor Wilson, are you so easily satisfied?
As am I, Mr Chair. Frequently easy to satisfy. Look, my questions relate to point 5, page 28. Blair, I'm concerned that people reading this document could assume that areas R2, areas HT1 and areas WA are coming into the city and it's just around the corner and that we're pushing the button. That's my first question. And my second question is, I'm concerned that, and I need your reassurance, that 5 and 6 does not delegate the pressing of that button to the Chief Executive in isolation, that in fact it comes back to this elected organisation before that's done.
Absolutely. So yes, it would be a decision of council. So whilst the agreement says that a letter from the Chief Executive, that would not happen without a resolution of council.
Right, but if I was, if I could, Mr Chair, have we not, by having this document signed, lost our value uplift opportunity, because we're announcing to the world that Hamilton City Council intends to gobble up areas R2, areas HT1 and areas WA, and if I was a landowner in that area, I'd be just thinking I've won the lotto.
Look, I would suggest that that's not the case, Councillor. Some might interpret that, but this agreement provides the flexibility, but it's not the trigger, nor have we actually initiated that start of the process. The market is already talking extensively to this organisation from developers, landowners in those areas, and so they are already engaging with a number of our staff on a regular basis around our desires, our intent. What this provides is this organisation a greater ability to your words, work to capture that value in a more innovative way than we currently have. So at the moment, we are simply, if we have the current agreement, we can't do anything till 2039 or 2045. And so this actually, should this council wish to move down a process, provides greater flexibility and power for this organisation to capture some of that value in a more constructive way. But of course, Councillor, all those decisions are ultimately remain around this table here.
Thanks. Mangai James, thanks.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question was just moving on from the discussion around the boundary-less principles. Mm-hmm. And in that kind of context, I see in that strategic alignment document around that Tamahere wouldn't be considered as part of the future transfers. And I suppose I'm trying to align it with, is there a reason why that's not considered, taken into consideration? If I can ask that question.
Yeah, well, look, it's a great question. And Tamahere has been the subject of much discussion between council governance groups, and I think the first thing I would say is you'll note the agreement has a review clause in it, a minimum of every 5 years, and so it's acknowledged that clause is there, but also that review clause every 5 years allows the agreement to be stood back and looked at. Tamahere for Waikato District Council is a substantial rating base. for this council, if it was to, whilst it has a strong relationship with the city, if it was to be brought within the urban boundaries, there would be substantial potential implications in terms of cost and level of service to bring Tamahiri to a more residential standard, if that was the desire of council. Equally, from a Waikato District Council perspective, the financial considerations for Tamahiri and the rating revenue associated with Tamahiri is substantial for their organisation. So for a whole range of reasons, they did not wish to advance that, and our Councillor McPherson may wish to say as well, but our governance group accepted that at the moment that that's not a priority area. However, that does not preclude our two councils having very constructive conversations with Waikato around shared services, shared contributions, and a good example is library services, where we have reached agreement for library book provision for all those residents, and they pay a share of our costs. And in fact, currently our library managers are negotiating an extension to that contract, which will come back to councils in due course. So I think, notwithstanding that it may or may not be part of the city boundary, it doesn't preclude shared services and collaboration. On the other area that the conversation also took in recent times is in our community amenity provision, walkways, cycleways, provision of green space, and how we can collaborate with our two organisations that respect. So I'd like to think that, boundary change or not, it doesn't mean we can't work together in a range of areas to pursue common interests.
Cool. No, thank you for that. Good answer.
Thanks. And Councillor Thompson, and before she starts, can I just note that Councillor Thompson has very kindly brought her son Leo a rugby ball, which is very interesting to see that she is promoting our national sport, but I do note it is a pink rugby ball, so there may be some nuance there. Red. Oh, it's my glasses from here.
Well, we don't want to get specific around blue, red, being too gender specific. Yeah, my question is, following on from Councillor Ewan's around the value uplift and capture, we had a conversation quite a while back, around, I guess, furthering the discussion on how we approach this as a council, because ultimately this is about, getting value for our ratepayers and ensuring that through our process at council and zoning that we actually I guess get some of that value that we create and for the betterment of the community. And I'm just interested, when are we going to have some discussions on how we approach that strategically? Because at the moment, I'm hearing that this is beneficial for that, but I don't see how and understand that fuller picture. And I'm finding it a little frustrating that we haven't had this conversation yet.
Yeah, and thank you, Councillor. And we do intend to create an opportunity for us to have that conversation in the course of the LTP conversations. So we do want to outline some of the significant considerations in that wider kind of value capture commercial lens and how that relates to these future growth areas, such as those confidence agreement and the various tools and mechanisms that we as staff would see need to be considered and applied as we think about the next stages for these. And I think it goes to Councillor Wilson's question as well. We're a very transparent organisation, and the market knows a lot about what we do just within the sheer nature of what our information. So how do we work within that context to make sure we achieve the best outcome for all parties, including the delivery of future communities?
And will that discussion include, is that discussion going to include more than just, okay, here's some proposals in LTP, but actually, that wider strategic approach to this?
I would like to think that's exactly what we're talking about, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, councillors, we're going to move to the resolution, which is the staff recommendation moved by myself and Councillor Hamilton. I'll just open by... Councillor Gallo, have you got a late question? No, you're just on the speaking list. Okay, thanks. Sorry. I think it's important that we take this step. I'm pleased that it's come now. I probably would have liked to have come about a year ago at least, but it's better than what we've had in the past, as evidenced by that old agreement that's shown in here that Councillor Rob asked questions about. When we changed over Ruakura growth cell from the district to the council. We had quite an inflexible agreement, in my opinion. It locked us into paying more than we should have. We weren't able to recoup our overheads from that area until after 10 years effectively. So that I don't think that was a good deal for the council, except that it was good strategically to have that land, and you know what it's being used for now. The whole of the inland port area pretty much was only 15 years ago in Waikato district, and we need to bring that in. And I think we see right around the city that the council of 1989 ought to have had greater vision about what was important for the future of the city in 30 to 50 years' time. And I know a certain member of the council at that time now agrees with that. Look, I think it also helps us with this boundaryless planning idea, as does the Metro Spatial Plan work, which we're going to come on to later. It's important that we don't look at lines drawn on maps as things that determine which direction water goes, where people live and work, etc. like that. We need better planning tools than we've got now, and having a more flexible agreement like this is just part of that, which is why I support it. There was also a question which I'm not sure who asked, it may have been Councillor Wilson before, or no, Councillor Gallagher, that it's important we don't just look at the named areas, HT1, R2 and WA, so as Ewan, we also look at the other areas, including in some future state probably Tamahiri, but that's definitely not a priority. But there are areas between Matangi Road and the city, for instance, in that area, and there are also areas in Waipa that we definitely need to be looking at, perhaps even around Lake Rotokauri. Has been identified recently as another area we should look at. We really need to start looking at the future of the city, and when we start looking at that, we realise we need a process in place that allows us to move far more nimbly than we have in the past. So that's why I support this, but only as a step towards that bigger goal. Thanks. Councillor Gallagher.
I mean, obviously, in a previous life, I was there in 1989 as a very, very young youth member of the council, extremely young. But
some of those photos tell otherwise.
But the lesson from that, and if I occasionally appear a little irritable, I apologise, but I think the lesson from that is, to governance team, never leave it to your staff, and don't get me wrong, I totally respect the incredible expertise, and actually I have to say you're very lucky to have someone like Blair, who I think has provided enormous strategic assistance. Now I compliment the Mayor and Councillor McPherson and the team for, I think, what you've brought back today. I think it's a very good, flexible agreement. And I think we're also lucky that we have, in my humble view, a very progressive heavy hitter in the Mayor of Waikato District and the Deputy Mayor of Waikato District. So I think you've got a kind of relationship which in the past has been somewhat interesting. I think this is a good relationship, and I think we build on that. My own personal view, and I'll be just saying that at the LTP, not necessarily today, is I strongly believe that our boundaries should have, back in '89 and didn't, and need to have a vision around our community of interest. So we have all that peri-urban stuff that people are 100% connected to Hamilton, Kirikiri, Roa, use all the services, but they don't pay the money. Now, having said that, the Metro Spatial Plan we're going to discuss on the next item, I think actually is a wonderful move in terms of proper comprehensive planning, because obviously this city has suffered from a lot of peri-urban development that the city's had no control whatsoever, but now will bear the consequences and the costs of. In broad terms, through the LTP, I want to talk further around the real focus, because I think you've got a natural barrier now, which is the expressway and roughly Southern Links. However, this agreement does give us flexibility to have a discussion where in some limited way we may see we have to jump across the expressway if there are certain developments, and I'll leave it at that. So I'm really looking forward to you completing the negotiation with Waipa District, which I think roughly will be quite reflective of what you've done with the Waikato District, and certainly looking forward to further discussion of the impact of the Southern Links. I accept in reality the Tamahiri, the Hamilton suburb of Tamahiri, may be some time off, but I want the discussion via the LTP around obviously the shared services model and a kind of a regional facilities type fund, so that we somehow look at ways in which we pick up people who use services in this area that don't happen to live in Hamilton actually making a reasonable and fair contribution, and that goes both ways in a number of reasons. So without further ado, thank you and compliment you all on, I think, what has been an excellent piece of work.
Councillor Wilson, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Dave. Look, I intend to support the motion, and I thank those who have participated in the process thus far. But I'm only supporting it because I believe it protects us and gives us future options. But it's not necessarily options I would want to execute anytime soon. I think philosophically, this organisation is on the wrong course when it comes to our approach to growth. I'm not anti-growth, but I think the way we're growing and at the speed we're growing and at the loss of biodiversity, the strategy's wrong. And I think we should be trying to get better at going up rather than gobbling out. However, I accept that what this does today is gives us options if we choose to use them. But I would sincerely hope that people don't misunderstand that we have an immediate aspiration, nor can we actually afford to open any more significant growth cells. We've already got growth cells that are underutilised. We've already got growth cells that are some of the highest in terms of return on investment in the country. And I'm concerned that we're sending a signal that we are growing or we're potentially going to open even more. But I accept that this process is a workable mechanism to retain all of our options. And please don't think that these words are derogatory or negative towards those in this committee whose job it is to protect the ratepayer, and you're doing that by giving us options. But nor do I want people to assume that just because we've got those options, we're going to execute them, because here's the news flash, I don't think we can afford to, and I don't think we've done as well as we should be doing in terms of ensuring infill and going up. Meanwhile, however, look, I'll leave it at that. I think I've highlighted the points that have concerned me, but I will support it.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I'll also support the motion, but I share some concerns around the message that this does send, because cities around New Zealand do understand the benefits that come with being compact, with making it so that, you know, people have convenience, that they aren't stuck in traffic for, you know, a couple of hours a day, that we're able to provide for alternative transport, that we're able to look after environment, all of these things that are important to our communities. And we understand that, but yet, like a lot of cities around New Zealand, we're still failing to really achieve that vision of a more compact city. We're growing out, and while we are always going to need some more greenfield development, I am concerned that the dial is turned in the wrong direction, that we're putting too much emphasis on green growth cells at the expense of being able to invest in urban regeneration and actually bring greater benefits to our community in the long run in terms of the kind of city that we build. So I do have a concern around the message we're sending, and I also have some concern around lost opportunities to capture value uplift. And I don't know, I guess we're hampered to some extent by what legislation allows, what the setup of local government and all of these things. And there are lots of, I guess, difficulties and challenges that we have with both moving towards a compact form and value uplift and capture. But I would like to understand where those opportunities to actually take control of our own destiny are. And so that's why I'm very keen for us to have, you know, more information around value uplift and capture, and also more information around how do we actually work with the district council and have some more control over the shape of the city and the rate at which we are opening out into more green growth sales.
Thanks. Mayor Paula, please.
Thank you, Dave. This has been a long piece of work, and it's really it's pleasing to see that the relationship with ourselves, Waipa and Waikato, is productive, constructive, and thinking across boundaries. So those are some big outcomes. We do need to future-proof our city, that's for certain. But I also do hear a number of voices out in this room and in the community. One in this room, of course, is that we all share the view that dense housing, density in housing, is part of the future of Hamilton, so long as that can be done in a way that builds lovely communities for people to live in, not just multiple boxes piled on top of each other, which is not the outcome any of us want. In that respect, I've also heard from the development community widely, not just a few, and I was at a meeting at the Property Council last night to that effect, and heard all kinds of comments around the need to provide for future growth in a timely and cost-effective way. And bringing new areas into the city will be part of that opportunity for people to develop a diverse range of housing that New Zealand is still demanding. And whether we like it or not, there are still people in New Zealand wanting a home with a decent garden and a lemon tree and a place to put their trampoline and swing. So there's a whole diverse community to cater for, and some of that is going to occur on greenfields. But we've also seen that in some of those greenfield developments, remember what we were looking at yesterday with Peacock, the opportunity to do high and medium density living in a way that's never been done before, to really place make, is quite exciting to me, which is so much better in my view than the retrofitting of some of the existing suburbs that we're currently seeing, which we hear from the general public they don't like, and I don't like. So, you know, this is about providing enough opportunity to be agile and do the kinds of, is that a banned word? And be trying to do the type of developments that give us and our citizens lots of choice at the lowest cost. I will flag one concern is when land is in one side of a road and it's in the Waikato district, it sells for X number of dollars per square metre. When it becomes part of Hamilton, all of a sudden the price of that land goes up. And we've still got to deal with the hardest problem ahead of us, which is making sure wherever we grow, in, out, bit of both, you know, up, down, you know, it's whatever we do grow, that we do it to provide a diverse range of housing, and a good proportion of those housing at the end of the day must meet the affordability test. We must provide houses for those who are finding it difficult to afford to get a house.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe. Then we'll go to Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be supporting the motion. Look, I'd also like to add my comments around appreciation of the work of Blair and the current councillors who sit on these working committees with Waikato and Waipa, having sat on one at the end of, for a short period at the end of last term. I noticed that the degree of collaboration with our two partners was slowly increasing, and I get the feeling that in the almost 12 months of this term, there's obviously been a snowball effect, and this is part of the product and the outcome. So I'm really happy with that, and hopefully it will continue. We are a small, in terms of land area, we are a small city for a city with the population of our size, and so therefore we need to have flexibility and options going forward. I don't buy into the argument from some councillors here, as well as central government, who think that we're all going to be better off living in apartment buildings that reach up to 8 stories. And in fact, if we're using that argument to support the fact that this will create affordable homes, I think you only really need to look at what the building costs are for those high-rise apartments. And although you're saving on the amount of the cost of land, affordable homes might not necessarily be the sole outcome of that. So we need to have flexibility, because many Hamiltonians do want to live on a 600-metre section, as Mayor Paula has already mentioned, with a lemon tree and a trampoline and all those things that make us feel like we've got a little bit of space around us. I'm also concerned that the city remains truncated, in the sense that we have a fast developing area south of the city that is governed by a council that sits in the north of the city. And to me, that doesn't make sense, given infrastructure that we could be developing down there, which would help the city grow perhaps closer to Cambridge than necessarily going north. So I still see that we've got challenges ahead in terms of trying to make the city fit with what the needs are, not only of residents, but also in terms of how we can build and develop infrastructure. But look, this is a great step in the journey, and again, I applaud the work that has been undertaken, and hope that we can keep the collaboration moving forward in a positive way. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Dave. Build up, not out. I'm just trying to struggle where I first heard that. Oh yes, that's right. My election campaign, the time before last. I've been grovelling around looking for one of those little cards, because it was one of my principles, and it's something that Rob and I have been philosophically disagreeing on now for about 5 years. And I'm really glad to have some company around the table on the sentiment. Look, I agree there's room for both, but I think our more immediate need is to grow up in the centre of town rather than spread out to the outskirts. For the reasons that Councillor Sarah brought up before, actually, quite simply about the mechanics of mobility and the efficiency for the environment. But having said that, I also will be supporting this, because I think it is future-proofing, as Mayor Paula said, and I want to give a lot of credit to people who have really enhanced this relationship with our neighbours. In particular, Blair, the work you've done has been consistently stunning. I'm always in awe of what you've done working with our neighbours when we have actually put you into some pretty trying circumstances, as we've illustrated today. Dave, as well, you've been persistent and consistent with this. So well done, mate. And I'd also like to pay tribute to both of our current mayors, Alan Sanson and Paula Southgate, because I think the relationship you guys have always had has been a healthy one, and it's really starting to bear fruit now. Having said that, I also want to, I think some tribute or some credit needs to go to the previous Mayor, Mayor King, because this was something he really pushed hard going out, much to my chagrin. But he'll be very happy to see this happening today as well. Look, what happens on the other side of the border will always be an issue, no matter where the borders are. There'll always be a tamahiri, and when we have a new expressway, I'd imagine councils in 20 years' time will be having this discussion about what's happening over the expressway and the price of the land and what's going in there as well. So I guess that's just the nature of a compact city. So look, I'll be supporting it in the, with the caveat that I'm still going to nag on about up in the centre rather than out in the outskirts. But I think this is a very smart move and future-proofing as well. So, yeah, I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, some really good comments all around the room. Thank you, everyone, for that. And yeah, I'll obviously be supporting this. I think it keeps us a bit more nimble and game ready. And the exciting thing is that both councils recognise the need for this change, and all it essentially does is it puts out a prescriptive measurement of dates that was there previously, and it gives us the ability to be flexible. I support the conversation around value uplift. I think in terms of these areas identified in this agenda, that horse is long bolted. And I think the solution to that is us investing and being prepared to invest 50 years out and to get hold of that land, but I don't know if we've got the capacity to do that. I think the greatest tool we could use upcoming in terms of the district plan conversations we're having is the inclusionary zoning tools, and I think that's something that we can do and we can have effect in terms of affordable housing, and in conjunction with Kāinga Ora, who have a big budget to spend as well. I support infill growth, and Councillor Sarah's point. I think the dial has turned towards infill. We're currently at 57% and increasing. I think the challenge for us now is guiding that infill, and I think Mark touched on it with regard to there's a move to build the CBD, and I'm happy to support that as well. And also around good urban design on that infill and good community outcomes, and yes, some urban regeneration too, and I think that speaks to some of Councillor Martin's and Ewan's desire to look after what we have as well. I was intrigued yesterday to learn about the biodiversity at Peacock, which is now 20 times the initial desktop analysis, and that it's going to have a biodiversity of around 16% of capacity, which is unprecedented in our city and blows away our objective of achieving 10% across the city in one growth cell. And I think that's the lens we need to look at with our future growth cells, is designing and protecting those areas up front. And the swale is another opportunity to create a massive biodiversity corridor. So let's not forget that our green field development can really address some of that concern going forward as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Just checking. Yep, that's all on the list. I am going to exercise a small right of reply here. Until Ryan put the record straight with his speech just now, I was somewhat feeling that I was in a similar meeting to the US presidential debate yesterday, a fact-free environment. There was a lot of talk about how, or implication that we're concentrating on greenfields ahead of infill, and Ryan certainly put the record straight, as well as being at 57% infill in the last 12 months to June. That proportion has been increasing at the rate. If we kept going at that rate, we would be over the 70% with it this time when we're debating the next LTP, i.e. in 3 years' time. We're certainly heading at that rate. We are already the most compact city in New Zealand. That doesn't mean to say we haven't got a long way to go, but we're not only the most compact, we've got the policy that says we should be more compact, and the reality is even greater in Hamilton. The problem is the quality, and when you have retrofitting, it's always going to be harder and more expensive to retrofit quality developments. And I have to say that I've not historically been a fan of greenfields development, but when you see the type of discussion we had, and Mayor Paula talked about this relating to Peacock in future, and both the green corridor part of that and the built form part of that, I think that is setting up the city for a better future than what we've got now with the type of infill we're having to contemplate, or that is being built by developers. But nevertheless, we are compact. There's no other regional city in New Zealand or metropolitan city taken as a whole that's anywhere near as compact as we are at the moment. I think the dial isn't in the wrong direction. I think the dial is in the right direction, and I think Bunty made the comment that we have to do both. We have to look at greenfield and infill development. If we don't, then we end up in a situation where tamaheres get built on our boundaries, out on the outside of our boundaries, compromising forever the growth of the city in that particular direction. So this is an important step that allows us to bring some more control and that in a more timely fashion, if that's what we need. That's why it's important. Whether we're going into HT1 in the next 5 years or the next 50 years, we still need to have some better control over that than we've got at the moment. So look, we'll move to the vote now. Let's do it on the board, thanks, and show, what do we do for... Look, let's do a show of hands all round, see for everyone. Those in favour? Yeah, it's definitely easier. Yep, that's unanimous, thanks. Councillors, I was thinking after this of going for a short break, but maybe we do deal with the next item and try for lunch somewhere between 12:30, 12:45. Is that all right if we stay here?
2 minutes, just a quick.
You've already had one go out there.
Don't be ageist.
You what? 2 minute break. All right, 2 minute break. We'll give you 4 at 12 o'clock. Come back. start with Luke and Blair, who are presenting the future-proof update, which includes the Metro Spatial Plan. Luke, are you starting off? Thanks.
Yep, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, elected members. Look, I'll take the report as read and just quickly walk you through it. The report provides an update to you all on the decision that was made by the Future Proof Implementation Committee, of which Hamilton City Council is represented by Mayor Southgate and Chairman Dave on the 10th of September to approve the Hamilton Waikato Metro Spatial Plan. The plan, as you know, has been the subject of many briefings, both in person and via Zoom during COVID. Reflects the input and the feedback, not just of this council, but a range of partners. I suppose that was the thing I just wanted to also emphasise. It's not a Hamilton City Council project, it's very much a partnership project. It's a key deliverable coming out of the Hamilton Auckland Corridor Plan and the initiatives of contained within that, and the reconstituted future-proof partnership. The finalisation stakeholder engagement that has been undertaken in this of a range of parties representing a broad range of sectors has given very good feedback on the intent, the nature, the scope, the ambition, the vision, and the utility of the project and its influence, and the way in which it brings together iwi aspiration, the Crown, and local government for the first time. So, of all of these initiatives around New Zealand, this is the first one that has been completed. It's the first time this has occurred in New Zealand, and critically, what I wanted to emphasise is that the very significant role that this council will have in implementing it over the course of the next few years. So in particular through the work that we need to do on the investment profile, through business cases that are needed to support the infrastructure investment, to grow Hamilton, and equally the very important work that we'll be doing with you over the next 2 years to implement the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. So I've briefed you 3 times on that. You'll be hearing a lot from us on that over the next 2 years. We'll be working very closely with you because it's arguably one of the most important reforms that the central government has made in relation to urban planning. And getting those settings right and getting the localities right and the way in which we think about giving effect to that is really in your hands. We will work to guide you on that, but the implementation over time is really critical. And really, Mr. Chair, I'll just leave it at that and take any questions.
Thanks, Luke. We have questions from Councillor Gallagher.
The first 2 questions. First question is, can you confirm that this process has been a model of openness and involvement and brilliant accountability? In terms of,
There's a one-word answer for that. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Secondly, the issue of spatial, and I've raised this with Dave and others about the Morrinsville component, and I do have a third question. And I'm just trying to see where that's at, because as you know, it doesn't technically sit, and yet logically, from the point of view of potential affordable housing, community of interest, access to Ruakura, growth nodes and all that. So where are we at in terms of perhaps a slight, tweaking of the metro boundaries?
Yeah, so first of all, it does, at a transport level, acknowledges the role and the influence and the connection of a place like Morrinsville, so it's definitely contained in there. What I would also say to you is that the conversations around the expansion of Future Proof, its partnership, to include Matamata Piako is certainly very much on the table and being investigated, and my own view is that the role and the growth of Morrinsville needs to be much more, in particular, needs to be much more explicit in the update of Future Proof, and that's something that was discussed only on Tuesday amongst senior staff at a very long workshop to deal exactly with some of those issues that you've raised.
So if I can just add to that, Councillor, I've had conversations with the Chief Executive of Matamata Piako District Council. In addition, Peter Winder, who is now the Future Proof Advisor, has met with both the Mayor and Chief Executive in the last 2 weeks very positive conversations, and I think it'll be very soon that Matamata Piako will look to join the partnership in the appropriate manner, or in terms of to matters that relate to their community in respect of particularly Morrinsville, and over time also thinking about rail through the Matamata area as well. So the Future Proof Partnership has an outstanding resolution, which is to invite Matamata Piako, so that I think conversation is progressing positively. And I think they also understand the value of Future Proof, but also what I would just close it out by saying is that the partnership probably has a role to help Matamata Piako District Council understand growth, probably in the same way that Waikato District Council 20 years ago possibly needed some assistance. If I frame that in a way that what is happening and what has started to impact on Matamata Piako District Council, particularly in the areas that touch our metro area, we have a shared interest in working together to help them work with that growth pressure to achieve the best outcomes.
So in other words, we don't repeat errors of judgment in the past.
I think we take lessons of the past
lessons.
And collectively work together in a boundaryless way.
Just quickly, and it's a housekeeping, I think, probably to Jen. As we do the LTP, can we ensure that, when the information comes, we have ongoing data about urban Hamilton, which is what we control, but I'm extremely keen that we have updated and parallel data around, the metro Hamilton in terms of, transports, population, what impact that will have on our LTP.
Yes, we're very keen for that as well. And what the team are doing is we're going to bring the information that we can. There are some challenges in terms of getting data sets where we draw a line. So we get like whole geographic data sets, but we're definitely planning on giving you a view of those I was going to call them suburbs, satellite towns.
And I'll give one little example, just as we're going to do a heap of work on peacocks. As governance, we should be right across what's happening in the other towns in terms of the sections and all that stuff. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks. Jeff, thank you.
Thanks, Dave. All good stuff here. I just wanted to touch on the transport side because it's of interest to me. And in the vision that there's 6 points which are the vision behind this document, and it takes you to those. The second
what page are you on, Jeff? Sorry.
If you're on page 56, and in the actual document.
Our report. I mean, sorry.
56.
The 6 points that I think.
Well, at the top of it, there's a future-proof link, and you click on that on page 56, and it takes you to a vision.
It's a HTML link.
Right, and the second point on the vision is...
That's the one that doesn't work in some of the diligent ones.
Okay. Well, the second point here is it talks about a radical shift to public transport. And that's all fine. It may not be my cup of tea, but it's all fine. The issue of COVID has obviously had an impact, and on public transport, and that impact is a little bit unknown. Has that been taken into account at all? We're putting a lot of eggs in the basket of public transport, which is all well and good, but has that been considered as part of this?
The impact of COVID has been considered broadly in terms of the broad directions within the document, but not specifically on the impact that COVID may have on public transport patronage in the future. So that particular aspect of the impact of COVID, specifically on transport patronage and what that might mean, that hasn't been taken account. And there's no data around that we're aware of what that might mean in the future. We know that it's clearly had an impact on patronage in the short term when there's a lockdown and where there's directions to be working from home, etc., and people to wear face masks and social distancing. But this is, the intent of this is really over a much longer term and the need for public transport.
Okay. The NZTA in August released a report on the impact of COVID, which covered the impact on public transport. Have you seen that? Or
As I said, I'm aware of it in the short term, the impact of public transport in the short term, but in terms of any other data or investigations that have been undertaken for the Metro over long term, whether or not that has a long-term effect on public transport usage, is not something that's been done for this work.
Okay. I just wanted to refer to you to it because the NZTA paper quotes Auckland Transport talking about what's happened up there. And there's a quote there where it says, Auckland Transport says, best case scenario, even if COVID is eliminated, they suggest ridership may not recover for a few years in Auckland, impacting funding where service cuts could lead to a, quote, death spiral in ridership. And it says even if levels remain at the bus levels remain at the pre-COVID level, then they predict lower overall ridership continually as a result of COVID. I mean, these are, there's significant concerns up there.
Yeah, that's Auckland specific, and the specific impacts on financial viability of PT services and investment will be looked at in the detailed business case phase. But as I said, we've not done any specific investigations around the long-term impact that COVID might have had on PT.
Okay,
PT
I guess
usage.
my question might be why though, because I mean Auckland is a city which has more of a public transport culture than us. I mean, look at us here. There's 10 elected members here, and there's 10 cars down below. None of us took the bus in here today.
Yeah.
I've walked.
Well, there's 10 cars down below, and there's 10 here. So I guess what I'm saying is, I mean, should we not be, public transport may be profoundly affected by this for social distancing in the future. And before we talk about a radical move to public transport in a city that doesn't have a culture of it anyway, I just wonder if it should be part of our consideration.
Look, I think
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt there. There is a report that the Regional Council's done for the Waikato Connections Committee relating to what's actually happened and what they're projecting happening in the short to medium terms, not the long term, admittedly, Jeff, but in Hamilton and in the Waikato, which showed, I won't go into detail, but we should get that and distribute that. It does show something different from Auckland. And don't forget their second lockdown was greater than ours, if you like. So it's just worth getting that report around to be more Hamilton specific.
Okay. Look, it's not a big deal. It's just, I just wonder before we embrace a strategy along those lines whether or not we should be thinking about those.
I think, Councillor, and look, I think we're going to have all manner of things that we hadn't anticipated in the future, now and in the future, that may throw a new lens onto this work. And I guess that's the great thing with the Metro Spatial Plan is it's a very long-term vision. It's looking well out in the future, thinking about corridors, thinking about how the metro area may operate, and transport's one of those many elements. And of course, as you say, technology, trends, shocks could fundamentally change it. But I think it's having an open mind to those, but at the same time, challenging ourselves that potentially continuing the same model of how we think about our community and how we think about it now into the future. This is challenging that.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, with respect though, although it's long term, this plan is going to be used as a basis for business cases in the very near future that we will be putting together.
And Deputy Mayor, I think that those issues around any impact COVID might have in the Waikato on PT patronage and the viability of PT services and investment are matters that will be looked at in business cases. I think the other thing to note though, the impact of COVID and its any long-term predictions, that you can just see that just in the economic forecasts that have been radically different from what was forecast at the beginning of the pandemic. We had all kinds of forecasts around impacts on the economy. I only heard this morning in the construction sector we've had 55% negative outlooks in April that have turned around to 5%. The levels of activity and consenting, etc., while they're down, then there's a lot of activity that hasn't fallen off the cliff in the way that some forecasters were predicting at the beginning of it. It's not to say that we don't taking these matters into account in business cases, but there's a lot of uncertainty about the very, very long-term nature of what COVID might do.
Okay, thanks guys, thanks Dave.
Thanks, Mangai James, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could quickly just acknowledge the leadership that Hamilton City Council is providing in the spatial planning around New Zealand, because I know this was used as an example in the Strategic Planning Act, and this is where I'm sort of coming into the potential of the Strategic Planning Act coming into force if the RMA is repealed. And noting that this Metro Spatial Plan is non-statutory, so moving into a statutory kind of arena. Has there been any sort of review or implications around that movement from being into a statutory planning process?
Only in as far as what's already been covered by the Randerson review. So the Randerson review was the review of the options for getting rid of the Resource Management Act and what a future resource management system might look like. And there's a separate section around spatial planning. So they've definitely recommended that spatial planning should be a core element of all future planning. So what we've talked about here is this project has been a voluntary collaboration that's non-statutory, and the recommendations in the Randerson review is not just from this project, but from other initiatives around New Zealand. There's some utility in that. There's some value in that. It helps with long-term strategic planning, infrastructure investment, those types of matters. And there's very much a strong recommendation that it should be a statutory process. And look, equally in the report, the update of future proof, the second stage of that will look at some some special consultative procedure, some engagement around that. So if that goes through a local government act processes, elements of that, then it can give it some statutory weight. But in terms of future spatial planning processes, there's very much a clear recommendation that it become a feature of whatever the new act looks like.
I guess my question was just around our readiness for that transition, going from the conversation with the partners that you've been talking with, and then their readiness to also transition into a statutory, their capability to do that. I guess that was my question too.
Look, I'd say it depends on the detail and the timeframes that come out of any new act, but I'd say we're pretty well placed because we've already gone through the exercise. There's a lot of parts in New Zealand where they've not done this at all, and we've got a process, we've got lessons learned, we've got a really good established partnership, we've worked really well with iwi and the Crown, we've got a good evidence base to springboard off if we need to renew this again in 3, 4, 5, 6 years from now.
Can I just add to that, Councillor, Mungai James, that with the new future-proof implementation advisor, Peter Winder, one of the reasons we chose Peter Winder to help guide future-proof was the changing landscape and the features of such a spatial planning for the future, and how we can work as a collective partnership in a boundaryless way to embrace this direction, and I guess be at the forefront of helping to implement that. And so the work program which will come to future-proof is starting to see these types of matters rise to prominence, and so which I think is great, because I think it reflects the more mature thinking about planning for communities into the future, that wellbeing lens, some of the wider considerations that this council talks about are now featuring heavily in all of our conversations in about boundaryless growth planning, thinking for future communities. And so Peter will help us guide us through that landscape in the coming years.
Cool. No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ewan, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Dave. Thanks for the report, and thanks to the elected members who are on this committee and help in the ways that they do. I find interesting on page 59, obviously the Waikato Regional Airport has been a key stakeholder and has been involved in the engagement. Blair and Luke, I wonder if you could expand for us how important the airport is as part of the broader Hamilton Waikato Metro Spatial Plan in the future.
It's very important, would be my answer.
Can I expand on that, Councillor Wilson? We have engaged with the airport since the very start of this process on a regular basis, recognising the criticality that the airport provides, not only in a infrastructure sense in terms of its provision as an airport and the future protection of that critical regional asset, but equally the role of Titanium Park in that wider employment story as a future employment growth area for the sub-region. And really importantly, that it wasn't just planned by one council, that all the partners in the Future Proof Partnership were having a very close interest in the airport's planning and thinking, and so that the airport company and board weren't planning in isolation. So conversations around the the Southern Links Transport Corridor and how that would operate and how that would both enable but also support the airport operation. Equally, and the next item on the agenda is wastewater and water considerations, and I'm sure that we'll touch on that, but the planning for the airport in that context and how that links into our wider considerations. The type of industrial / employment activity at the airport and how that best utilises that land in terms of the wider metro spatial area. So those are very deep conversations that we had, and I think both at a board, but presentations to the board and conversation with the chief executive and senior staff, they've been well received and they've been a very valuable partner.
Thank you. So I'd just add something to that, what Blair didn't specifically include with it, its transport links with the city.
Sorry.
And it's part in the future southern transport corridors into the city, and also potential rail links with Auckland Airport and Auckland District, both for passengers and freight potentially.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mr. Chairman. That's helpful. So in light of what you've just articulated, and in light of the fact that you frequently hear from other mayors of councils who own shares in the airport, whose view is the airport's doing fine because it's not costing us any money, is it not time, in light of the fact that this is such a crucial asset, for Hamilton to stop just being a 50% shareholder, and should we not own a couple of more shares so that we start to have more meaningful control and direction on what, as you've highlighted, is such a critical asset for this city and region?
Look, I'm not sure that's the matter in front of us today, or probably the mandate of this committee, but what I would say, Councillor Wilson, is that the conversations that we have had with the airport in the context of this have operated in a boundaryless way to get all the parties to see alignment as to the strategic opportunities that the airport and the airport's development intentions and how they interlink to the metro spatial plan, so that we've achieved that outcome. Matters that you've asked your question, I think, are better considered in another forum.
Okay, sorry, Sarah, thanks. You can stand if you want.
Just a couple of questions around process and the future work program. What is the time frame for the metro spatial plan work? Oh, sorry, the mass transit plan work.
We're scoping out all of that now, and the expectation is that we'll have the business casework needs to be completely confirmed by scope, and then taken to the right governance and approvals before we get there. But middle of next year is about September, middle to September of next year is when we're looking at that, the completion of that work. But the scope, the governance structures, procurement, taking it back to elected members for oversight, that is all yet to occur. That's just based off a discussion that we had amongst some senior staff on Tuesday from across the partnership.
Sorry, if I can just interrupt that line. Mass transit plan, middle to September next year, our LTP, there's no match in those two timelines. And are you saying there's not going to be anything coming out of the mass transit plan that might need to be included in our next 10-year spending plan?
I just wonder whether Chris might want to, because I think there's great question, and there's a sort of short, medium and long-term lens to what you're asking here. So, Chris, did you want to maybe...
Sorry, Sarah, I'll come back to Chris.
Probably all I'd do is reinforce Luke's view that that timing is the right timing. So
you mean it's the timing that's going to happen, or is it the right timing? Because if there was a right timing for council, that would be something that would fitted with the LTP.
Yeah.
That would be, I think Councillor Blind Freddie suggests that would be the right timing for a council.
Yeah. I'd have to say I think it's the realistic timing.
It's an apology, that's why I'm having to speak for him.
It's the realistic timing for the mass transit plan, but I don't think that would detract from the ability for this council to put together an appropriate 10-year plan that's informed by your mode shift plans and your biking and micro-mobility plans and some of the other work you're doing, which is more that short to medium term.
Sorry to labour on that point, but yesterday we had a discussion with some NZTA people, it might have been the day before, I can't remember, about a potential part of a mass transit corridor between Hamilton and to the southeast, Cambridge. And some of that is going to include some intersections on city roads and pieces of city roads, or city transport corridors, to use the more correct term. How does that get? It just doesn't seem to fit with the practicalities. That unless you're saying don't bother about the mass transit plan for 10 years, or we're just going to guess and put in, we'll put a couple of million this year and
Guess is probably not the word I would use, but that sentiment is correct in anticipating some of the outcomes in a 10-year. Like, I think the work we're doing on modal shift plans and biking and micro-mobility plans and other things are well directed towards where the mass transit plan is heading, and I think some of those guesses, I'm trying to find another word.
Guesstimate?
Some of those assessments will be spot on and appropriate for a 10-year planning.
It's just that the plans you're talking about are more specific to the current Hamilton City Council area, but the mass transit plan, while it certainly includes that and leads to that, has the links between the current city and the surrounding greater metro area as being really where the mass transit part of things kicks in.
Yeah. Look, I certainly agree with that, Councillor, and I think the one you were talking about yesterday was the links from the expressway through into the city. So clearly we know now that the connection between Cambridge and Hamilton is important, and that corridor is important. In my view, the mass transit plan will just support our current thinking on that and our current views on what needs to happen.
So is there a piece of work that should be done that doesn't have the mid-next year to September timeline on it, but it has more like the now to February timeline that will inform our LTP so that we move from the word guess to the word informed guess maybe, or something like that, so that we can actually say, let's have a really good look at what we think should go in the LTP that is looking like it will arise from that transport piece of work.
Yeah, look, my just comment off the cuff on that is probably the regional passenger transport plan in terms of the right horizon and what we're looking at in some of those links.
Though that doesn't include anything about rail possibilities, which are certainly coming to light in the mass transit plan.
I think if I can just give councillors some confidence, this week, it might have been yesterday or the day before I lose track, there was a conversation amongst all the future-proof partners facilitated by Mr Winder, specifically looking at all the elements of the transport, the indicative start, rail business case, the detail business case. And so, Councillor Thompson, to your question, mapping out exactly what is required to take the concepts of the Metro Spatial Plan and move it into how we actually start to progress these. One of the elements there was a very early discussion with the key relevant governance to bring you into the conversation and to provide guidance. Equally, Chris has recruited an additional staff member to have a very strong and active role to guide that piece of work. So I think that puts Hamilton in a very important position in terms of helping achieve the outcomes that we seek. And I think as part of that, Chris, I would see that there is going to be regular information that will come out, will guide not only our long-term plan infrastructure strategy and thinking beyond, but also give some comfort to this committee that we are moving ahead with the really well-structured implementation plan, which also puts us in a better position with the likes of NZTR and others who may be key partners for us to deliver this into the future.
Thank you. Yeah.
See,
Well, that was very helpful continuation of the question.
yeah,
Dave.
I'm going to look at an addition to the staff recommendation that notes the need for some alignment of transport proposals with the LTP. So, sorry, I'll do that while the questioning's going on, Sarah.
Well, thank you. And still just on that same line around the work program, would it be possible to have, say, in the near term, a one-page kind of visual of all the key moving parts in terms of, say, we've got the MPSUD, like the district plan review, we have decisions around transport, etc. Seeing some of those key areas where this needs to guide and filter decision making, so then it's clearly there in front of us. And I was also wondering what the reporting mechanisms would be in terms of, I guess, helping us to see whether we're on track and our partners are on track in terms of aligning decision making with the Metro Spatial Plan.
That was exactly the nature of the conversation amongst the partnership. So I know that certainly all of the, not just the Hamilton-Auckland corridor, this work, Transport and Waters initiatives all get wrapped up in a review of future-proof, and there's a very clear work program and a very clear implementation and what I would call dashboard that would do exactly that, because FP's been in a bit of a holding pattern, and we're at a point where we're looking to align all of that and bring all of these disparate parts together in a way that you can see very simply on one page, right? And it is reported in that way to future-proof at the moment, but trying to rationalise that and make it simpler is very much part of Peter Winder's mandate and instruction.
Thank you. Last question. What are some things which you see will need to change in terms of central government legislation or things like that, where to actually be able to implement this strategy or plan? Where are some key barriers which we might need to break down?
So I'd say first of all, we've got an existing set of we have to work with the tools that we've got right now, and I wouldn't necessarily characterise them as barriers. So the work around things like infrastructure and funding and finance, and you've heard a lot about that, and you'll no doubt talk about that again later on today. We've got the National Policy Statement for Urban Development. We'll have other national policy statements that are going to be coming out next year, one on Indigenous biodiversity, one on highly productive land. We're going to have the possibility of RM reform in the future. I would also say here the Urban Development Bill, which has been made by government prior to the election. Is there a role for that in a particular project somewhere within the metropolitan area? I'd say yes. I think less in the statutory sense though. How do we partner with the likes of Kāinga Ora? They're very interested in talking to us around their housing estates and community renewal, and I think there's some significant possibilities that this council should be working with them. Because we're talking genuinely about social and affordable housing, and we're talking about community renewal. From my perspective, in some of the areas that need it the most, that are very close to the city and drive a lot of the intensification and a lot of the matters that have been important to you that we've heard across in the last few days. I think if we can continue to look at the way in which we work with DOC, there's a lot in here that talks about biodiversity. Councillor Hamilton referred earlier to the briefing we did in Peacock yesterday that talks about significant natural areas. How do we work much closely with DOC, and that's something very much in my mind and with Jen, and we've got some great engagement with them going forward. So I think there's relationships, there's existing statutory processes, and there's new tools that will be emerging over the next few years. I think that we need not pick one of them, we need to deploy all of them over the next sort of 5 to 10 years.
Thank you. It's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillors, we're on to the recommendation, and I'll move it with the addition of a insert C between B and the current C. So we're just going to, it's in red there, which notes the need for matters arising from the mass transit plan.
Can we see that on the in Zoom in, please?
Part of the metro, not metropolitan, of the metro spatial plan are to be factored into the 2021 to 2030 long-term plan. So that doesn't say what they are, just says anything arising from that needs to be in there will be able to be factored in, is the purpose of that. Sure.
It's a very short and precise sentence you've added. What's the potential quantum?
No, this says that it doesn't say what I just said, it doesn't say what the items are. It says they need to be factored in. In other words, when staff give us the information, these are all the things you need to consider. There will be a set of things amongst that, and I have no idea how big or small they are, what they'll include, that covers that. And if there is nothing, they will say, this item, no proposals for the LTP.
Right. Okay. But if there are things that they've got to put in there, you're not specifying which year you put them in,
No.
but they'll highlight the financial consequences and be part of our broader
Absolutely.
financial.
What I'm trying to avoid us happening is finding out in September next year that we should have put something in the LTP because we all think it should happen, but we haven't, so we have to wait another 3 years or change things after the event or something like that to know what is required and decide whether it's a priority prior.
And final question, do you think staff will be able to add that with some clarity as to the cost ramifications?
By all means, ask Blair and Chris and Luke that question.
Could I?
Yeah, sure.
In light of, I'm not at all against what Councillor Dave has just put in there, but tell me, do you think you'd be able to add all of those components into the LTP, and do you think you have a clear understanding as to the consequences re-cost?
I'm going to probably have to seek Chris's input here, but I think that for the nearer term, more, greater certainty as you go further out, it's less developed. But Chris, and that's exactly what the work is. The next stage of work is about. But Chris, did you want to?
Chris,
I'm not clear on the outcome, but I'm comfortable with the resolution and the notion of the resolution. So that's something for us to go away over the next few weeks and ask that question and interrogate. So I don't know the outcome of that at the moment, Councillor Wilson, but it'll certainly give us a direction to work to.
Look, the problem that's been identified here is that the mass transit plan, which is one of two sort of sub-plans, if you like, within the Metro Spatial Plan, the other being Waters, is not going to be back to us in a complete form until July to September time period next year. If anything is identified within that as needing council expenditure within the next 10 years, it will have been too late to get it in the LTP.
Right.
So I'm saying, though that point suggests that there needs to be enough early work to identify whether there are items that should go into the LTP and be given to us in time to include them in decision. Should we think they're a priority? Should we not think they are a priority? Staff have done their job by identifying them to us. I guess that's what it's trying to do, Ewan.
Cool. Thank you.
Can I answer it another way to help Councillor Wilson? I mean, obviously we review the LTP every 3 years, Councillor Wilson, and so in particular the first 3 years are really critical because that's the beyond that you review it every 3 years. So one would imagine that in the first 3 years, to Chris's earlier comment, a number of the work programs there are really delivering the things that have been talked about and are reasonably well advanced in the thinking. As you go further out, it starts to get into that area of the rapid and frequent services and what that can start to look like. And it may be that part of the answer is a provision of funding for something, but the something may not quite be necessarily specific, and that will be refined as the next LTP comes along. And I guess that will be the work that Chris and his team does in the coming period of time to help respond to that.
So Councillor, maybe an example that I do know of, and it's associated with the Hamilton-Dorkton corridor work, and it's a passenger rail startup service. So if we want to progress the startup service to the next phase, we need to look at inter-peak services and a few other things. So I think they are long-term plan issues, but probably more importantly for Waikato Regional Council in terms of operating the service. So if we do want to drive some of those aspirations, there will be LTP discussions for us. I know for Waikato District Council, there's LTP discussions about contributions to the current service. So there are matters like that which are tangible, and I know will form part of LTP discussions. I think for us, we've probably done our bit in terms of the transport hub, unless we wanted to improve the transport hub, maybe with better shelters or expand our park and ride. So there's some things like that. That's one example, I think, of the type of thing that might come out.
Thank you.
Okay. If there's no other questions arising from that addition there, I'll move that. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Thompson, got in first. Thanks. So that's open for debate now, councillors. I'm not going to say too much about it other than there's been a huge amount of work from staff go into this, and I don't want to sound critical by adding that point C in there. I just think that's an important alignment, timing alignment, that's going to help our LTP decisions. But I know that staff have been working flat out on this and under-resourced to start with for quite some months, and it's every bit of work is spawning other bits of work, like the mass transit plan, like the Three Waters plan that Jackie's going to talk about in a bit, and things like that. So this is the sort of work that is really good for the future of the council and the community. It helps us see where we're going and make sure we don't miss things and put things that we expend our resources in a more efficient way and in a way that's more sustainable long term, rather than just a series of relatively short-term projects, which is how councils have traditionally worked in the past. It's a vision for 100 years, though I have some questions about the statistics that are being used, how durable they will be, especially in the second half of that period. But I won't be around in that second half, though Councillor Gallagher may be in that time. But I think it's a really important piece of work, and we should keep this as a live document. Because we all love our Metro Spatial Plan discussions, and we should be able to have them every year for the next 30 or 40 years to keep that plan growing, because it's certainly, we're not going to be able to second guess everything that's going to come up in the lift. There may be more COVID-19s, there may be all sorts of other things that are not envisaged yet, so we can't just say we've done the Metro Spatial Plan in a year's time and we'll leave it on the shelf now and go off and do something else. We'll have to keep working on this. So thanks for that, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I also want to thank staff for your work on this. I haven't been as closely involved as Dave, but have I've been quite excited to read some of the outcomes of that work, and I think there's an excellent strategic direction that's been set, and also a platform to work with neighbouring partners to get better outcomes for this corridor in this region. And now I think the really important thing is that it guides our thinking in terms of planning going forward. So we aren't losing opportunities as we go along to actually work towards this long-term vision for the area.
Thank you, Mayor Paula, thanks.
Dave, and I support your comments about the amount of work that the staff have done across this and how collaborative the approach is. Thank you for your input into these as well, especially with that lens of strategic transportation. I think it's an exciting period of time because we have the Hamilton Waikato Metro Spatial Plan, we have our H2A, and then we have this overarching future-proof. The relationship is strong within Future Proof at the moment. It's kind of ironic for me because I was in the Future Proof when it was very first created. And just out of interest for newer councillors, it was developed because the government had given local government a steer that they wanted a one plan. This was back in the days of the one plan approach to regional government, and they wanted that at a regional level. So they were asking us to work collaboratively, and that's how Future Proof grew for the 3 council and was supposed to extend over the one plan development. But times change, and that's the point I'm going to make here. Times changed, government's changed, growth changes, and the key issues that we're facing change. So you have to be open to review that doesn't look like you thought it might, even though it was a 10, 30-year plan. So I welcome this opportunity to look to aligning all of these strategic projects really well together, keeping our eye on some significant issues we're facing. Transport, of course, is one of them, housing's another, but there are other things that we can do. And I just note in this conversation that Waters, Three Waters, is going to be such an amazing part of this. And if we get it right, we'll go forward saving the ratepayers lots of money and we'll be much more effective and efficient. If we get it wrong, government will come in at some stage and say, well, you haven't been able to demonstrate the ability to work together very well, and we'll mandate it. But the good news for us is that what government is saying about Future Proof, H2A, and the Hamilton Metro Spatial Plan is that they are exemplary strategic plans. And look, I'm not taking ownership for that because I'm the Johnny-come-lately mayor. I've had some input to it, as you have, Dave, but I'm talking about everything that's gone before. And we've worked really hard in this sub-region with many, many people, and you've been involved for Dave for a long time. We've worked together, and here we have developed something that government holds up as being in the highest standard. Needs some tweaks now. We know there's some issues around high quality soil that we need to go back to because we can't keep building on New Zealand's most productive soil because that's our food basket. And we can't undermine the viability of new transport routes through developing along the highways in a way that doesn't work and things like that. And we have to provide housing, but we have to do that together. And we have to provide really, 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 really expensive solutions to wastewater, water treatment. And we haven't even got to the tip of the iceberg for stormwater. So if we work together, we'll do better for our ratepayers. And so, you know, I'm really enjoying the work in this area. And I thank everyone who's, including yourself, Chair Dave, who's had an input into this work stream. Thank you.
Thanks. If there are no other speakers, sorry, Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, obviously totally on side with the Mayor's presentation, and as I have previously, want to acknowledge your and the Mayor's representation on this, and as I've alluded to, compared with some other forums, this one is open, it's accessible, encourage members who haven't been to some of the meetings of Future Proof H2A to come along. Unlike Regional Council, which has some silly teams, this has Zoom. You know, it's easy, it's flexible, drop in, drop out, but I've found it really good. I actually thank the Deputy Mayor, in fairness, and I certainly do ride, share and walk, but certainly his challenge to all of us is noted around how we get to this building. Councillor Wilson, of course, walks every day because he's a Central City resident, but he alerted us to the actual the purpose and scope of the Metro Spatial Plan. And the key things that jumped out, the Metro Spatial Plans looks at a scenario of 500,000 people living in the area, and then number 2, a radical transport shift, a multimodal transport network connecting the metro area and facilitating a radical shift to using public transport through the establishment of a rapid and frequent public transport network shaped around where and how our communities will grow. And what's interesting, number 1, I thought, gee, 500,000, that's a lot of people. Then, of course, our excellent Jen and Luke and the team provided me with the current stats, We're already halfway there. 255,000 apparently already live, including Morrinsville, in the metro area. This is a 30, 40-year plan, up to 100 years. So it's not beyond the bounds of imagination that we're going to hit 500,000 people fairly soon. Imagine this area of double the population with no further addition to the public transport infrastructure. Imagine the density on our existing transport network with no additional public transport structure. Auckland, 1.7, imagine a city of say 2.5 million up the road and a wider city metro area of 500,000 further down. So that's basically 3 million people roughly between Metro Auckland and Metro Hamilton. You think that is far-fetched. I remember when Sir Dovmar Robinson, a giant of local government in this country, was mayor of the old Auckland city, when Auckland was 400,000 to 500,000 in population and New Zealand was about 2.5 million. And he, at the time, and please just give me an extra 10 seconds, thank you, he at the time proposed a radical transport vision. And what did his mediocre right-wing mayors around him do? They were part of the city that took away the trams. They had light rail, they took it away. What did those mayors do? They ignored Sir Dovmar Robinson's vision for a radical public transport change in the city of Auckland.
Yeah. Start wrapping up.
And I will wrap up. I will wrap up and say one final sentence and close your eyes and think of the consequences for Auckland because they ignored Dovmar Robinson's radical public transport proposal. They're now spending billions and billions of dollars of retrofitting a public transport network when years ago, if they'd listened to that visionary man, they might have actually pre-fitted it. So strongly support Mayor Southgate, her vision, and Chair. And if we think this stuff is radical, please do not forget the example of Auckland.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Jeff, thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Wonderful speech, Martin. Thank you. Look, I support the general thrust of this, and I echo the others about the great work that's been done, Dave, staff, and others, Mayor Paula. I do maintain my right-wing scepticism about some of the transport components of the plan, which I've voiced in recent months. I recognise it's a spatial plan. It's primarily about planning land use, and I accept that a lot of the public transport is referenced between certain corridors, you know, the Horotū, Rotokauri, Te Rapa, Central City, Frankton, Ruakura, and I accept that's necessary to a degree. In terms of the radical transport shift to public transport, I haven't seen it couched that way before, and it may have been there, but I certainly haven't seen that. There are some worries for me. I'm not convinced that we are a car culture here, and as I said, there are 10 cars parked down below. I don't think anyone in this room took the bus here today. I'd be surprised if they did. We are a car. I'm not convinced that Hamilton is ever going to embrace buses the way that this plan is desperately hoping. I worry about us contemplating a level of investment based on that hope. I've mentioned COVID, and that may or may not be an issue, but certainly there is a much more widespread awareness of social distancing and the need for better hygiene, and there may be future pandemics. Who knows? It may change the way we think about things. But I'm also a little bit concerned that this plan is basically public transport seems to have been preordained as the answer. To me, we should be going to first principles. How do you get people from here to here, and then we look at the ways of doing it. Where, to me, this is public transport has come first, and the rest has kind of been tacked on. The winner out of COVID has been active transport, micro-mobility, and this is accommodated in this plan, which is great. And I think that is going to be hugely exciting. The possibilities for your e-bikes, your e-scooters, your whatever other things will come along. And that, I think that is actually going to be quite revolutionary. I just do, I do worry that this might be like our district plans that we put out, and by the time we put them out, they're almost out of date. And that if we are truly looking at a visionary transport thing for the city in the 30 years or 100 years, as Dave said, why are we immediately defaulting to public transport? I found great interest in what Martin's saying about Sir Dovemeyer Robinson in terms of the visionary thing, but you know, trains have been around since 1804, horse-drawn buses since 1820, internal combustion buses since 1895. They ain't new. They're a couple of hundred years old. And technology is moving fast. A decade ago, we weren't talking about Uber. Now there's restaurants that aren't worried about parking. They're more worried about having temporary places for Uber drivers. Things are changing. And I just warn that putting all our eggs into the public transport basket without considering all the options before we invest a lot of money is just something I would suggest that we just think carefully about, that's all. I'll be supporting the plan, and it's just a polite reminder from me.
Thanks, Jeff. I am just going to use my right... Oh, sorry, we've got Bunty there, hiding in the corner.
Yeah, I will be brief. I wasn't going to say much until I heard Martin talking there, and Jeff as well. And I do want to defend Jeff's point. I'm very pro public transport and shared transport, the likes, and as you know, it's a passion of mine, transport. But I think it's slightly remiss to compare us compare us to the Dovemeyer Robinson era. And he's a man I greatly admire, but Dovemeyer Robinson didn't have a whole lot of empty buses running around his town when he was proposing all these changes. We do. And I think we come from a different starting point. In fact, at the moment, our empty buses around town are out congested. And so that's the first problem we need to fix before we start, as Jeff says, throwing all our eggs into that basket. I just wanted to make that point. We come from a different starting position. But I'll be supporting this as well.
Thanks. So now I've got two people to cover in my right of reply. Thank you. I like Jeff's description of when various modes of transport started, and I was thinking about the first buses and internal combustion engine buses in 1895, and until Hamilton started the bus revamp in about 2001, I think, was the year. 2002 was the year really started pushing it. Some of those 1895 buses were still running on our roads, I believe. They were the old blue buses, if you remember them. But the issue here is about providing a balance, and I think one of the reasons things like active transport and PT are being pushed is because there isn't a current balance. There isn't a balance in place. If you want to travel between various parts of the city, you don't, as a general rule, always have public transport available. Sometimes, and especially in new suburbs, but also some older suburbs, your only solution is a private car. That is part of the problem. So the attempt is to put in place some balance. That's the first thing. The second thing, the Metro Spatial Plan and the Mass Transit Plan and that don't talk about modes of public transport. They talk about corridors that are available for that, which will also enable high-density settlement patterns along those corridors, and there will be changes of modes over time. know, I can't envisage all the future forms of transport, but some cartoons like the Jetsons and that probably have envisaged some that we're going to get in the next 50 years. But they are saying that you should develop along good access corridors, and moving lots of people quickly is what's going to be needed. Now, whether it's buses, trains, some other form we don't envisage at the moment, a lot of cyclists, when they're in shorter distances, all of those sorts of things can fit within those corridors if you plan for them. And Auckland's problem, and where it's quite applicable to Hamilton, Bunty, is that they didn't plan for them, and they are knocking down houses to put in mass transit corridors within their cities now. Hamilton has actually got a reasonably proud record of hardly ever having had to knock down houses to put in our current transport corridors, whether they're for cars or buses, and I hope we keep it that way by planning ahead. You know, Wairakei Drive, it's a road. And I don't think we knocked a single house down to build that, because it had been planned for since the early 1960s when Martin was first on council. So that was good forward thinking. The last thing I want to say is about current public transport in the city. The Comet bus is the sort of precursor to mass transit in the city. Just as an example, a number of participants or users of that service within the first 12 months of operating it doubled compared with the other services that were using that route beforehand, because we made a fast, reliable, frequent, direct service. And that's the sort of answer. When the Orbiter was first put in, with this city providing a rather large subsidy of $600,000 a year for the first couple of years to get it started, because the regional council wouldn't support it, that more than doubled our patronage over the first 5 years of it being in operation, because again it was a different sort of transport offer, if you like, and there'll be new services like that. That's the sort of thing that people are talking about. Yes, there are empty buses now. Yes, there are buses that take 2 hours to get somewhere and zigzag all over the damn place, and are good for a tiki tour of the city but not much else. We're trying to change that, and we're trying to make sure that the land use patterns allow that sort of change, both inside and around the cities. And that's the purpose of having this in there. But some of those people in 100 years' time may well be using cars. They're not going to be banned. But we have to be able to provide the alternatives that move a lot of people in a short period of time. Thanks. So we'll move to the vote now. Can we do it by show of hands again, if there's no objection? So those in favour of the resolution as printed. Paula, those against? I think so. Margaret, I didn't get your vote, sorry. Oh, she's not voting, she's just arrived, sorry. Sorry, Margaret. Yep, okay, that's been carried. Now look, it's almost 10 past. We come back at 5 to 2. With item, sorry Jackie, the Metro wastewater plan. Yeah. And that's the last item for discussion. I just warned councillors, the GM's report and the Peacock program update are for information only. No one signified to me anything they want to discuss out of that, which means they've read it and they're happy with it. Thanks. No one pushed back on that. Metro wastewater detailed business case, which starts on where? Page 55. No, 64, sorry.
64.
Okay, and Jackie and Blair are giving that. Jackie, are you giving the report? Sweet, thanks. All yours.
Yeah, that's it.
Kia ora koutou. So the last time I reported on this project was back in May, and in May you approved the funding for the detailed business case project for the southern area, and it would have been back in front of you more recently in relation to the Three Waters reform stimulus projects. So funding the south and the north has been put up as one of the projects in that list. So this report really is just an update on where the project is at. It is moving very quickly, and we're very fortunate to have Mayor Paula and Councillor Dave on the governance group for the project. So they have a higher level of oversight, I suppose, on the progress that has occurred. But I just wanted to highlight some key points in the report, and they're really that, as you all know, Hamilton has a burgeoning critical need in wastewater servicing, particularly with the expiry of our wastewater plant discharge consents in 2027. Our neighbours, Waipa District Council and Waikato District, are in very similar positions. So Waipa District's short-term consent for Cambridge goes to hearing in October, and Ngarua Wahia's wastewater treatment plant discharge consent also expires in around 2027. So I guess as a metro area, we are all facing very similar challenges to meet the needs of our communities. On top of that, there's a clear shift in the bar that wastewater treatment plants will need to perform to, and that really comes through both Te Ture Whaimana regionally and the MPS freshwater nationally. So this paper details the proposed treatment standards that we're looking to utilise for the detailed business case process. As you've talked about this morning, to service growth in the city and the metro area requires significant investment in infrastructure, and wastewater is no different. So this paper really, it does outline the growth assumptions that we're proposing to use for the purpose of the detailed business case. And it is directly aligned with the discussions that you've been having today about the strategic agreements with neighbouring councils, the Metro Spatial Plan, and I guess irrespective of the form or location of growth, wastewater servicing is a critical requirement. So the detailed business case projects are being done in collaboration with our neighbouring councils, Waipa and Waikato District, as well as with Mana Whenua and Waikato Tainui, and it really is looking to build on the collaboration across the metro area to identify the best way of meeting the wastewater servicing needs for our growing sub-region. As part of that process, we won't only be looking at the best technical treatment solutions and discharge options, but also looking at, I guess, how we overcome the affordability barriers. So that's really just an overview of the contents of the paper, and I'm happy to take any questions or if Blair wants to add anything further.
Okay, look, I'll start with one question, just the growth assumptions side of things without looking at exact figures. What happens if the growth is different in one area? I mean, I'm just looking at Ngāroa Wahia and Hopu Hopu, where, I mean, TGH or Tainui have got some big plans in Hopu Hopu. Ngāroa Wahia's got several hundred houses being built at the moment. So yeah, for Hamilton, that wouldn't make proportionally much difference for a place like that, just north of the city. Is that sort of growth in the surrounding areas being factored in? And could we fast track some parts of this if we need to?
So the answer to your question is yes, growth in those areas has been factored in. The figures that have been used for the base scenario have really been developed through discussions with the respective council staff and Waikato Tainui, and those recommendations have gone through the control group for the project and the governance group. An important part of the way that we'll be developing the preferred solution is looking at sensitivity analysis. So really looking at what impact changes in timing might have to the investment requirements, what impact different growth scenarios, in particular in relation to wet industrial activity, may have to the investment needs. So we'll be looking at that much more closely at the preferred option stage.
Okay. And all of the what's the stimulus projects that in the water area? Blair, they're
The three waters,
three
economic
water
stimulus.
stuff is coming into this.
Yes, so as Jackie mentioned, we have applied for the joint funding for the future-proof projects, being this project, in addition to also the separate sub-regional three-water study, which is the entire corridor planning area. And so council's complete share is included in our stimulus package, and Waipa and Waikato have asked for their share through the government process.
Okay, thanks very much. Are there other questions? I'm just looking, not on the book there. Okay, I'll move the recommendation on...
Just before it's moved, sorry, can I just add one comment, just more for councillors in their own time, but pages 93 to 95, I think, provide probably the most succinct summary in terms of the core areas that the business case is going to examine in terms of the commercial sort of financial lens, which is a really important part of the project. So without delving into that today, councillors in their leisure may wish to look at those 3 pages of the pack. They provide a great level of comfort that the project team is examining some really broad scenarios in terms of delivery, contracting, packaging, funding and financing. So we're leaving no stone unturned to look at how, if these plants are the right solution, how they could actually be progressed. Because we're very conscious that for all the councils, we are capital constrained, debt constrained, but at the same time, as Jackie said, there's a definitive need to deliver a solution. So we have to examine all these. And of course, the final comment I would have is that this information will also be extremely useful as we head into the government three-water reform program, because some of the answers may ultimately be things that we have to feed into that process. And I think that's where this will be particularly helpful as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Okay, councillors, there's nothing else. I'll move the recommendations, seconded by Ryan. Is there any discussion on them? If not, please, by show of hands, those in favour. And just check on the Zoom land. Margaret, sorry. Yep, that's unanimous, thanks. Thanks very much, Jackie. Blair, are you staying for the, or you're off? Okay, just checking. I was only saying thank you to the people who are leaving, you see. Okay, councillors, I'll move that the items for information be received, seconded by Councillor Gallagher, since he's one of the ones that's read the report.
Well, actually, just a quick compliment, particularly on the Peacock. I mean, really comprehensive stuff. Thank you. It's really good. Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, by show of hands, those in favour, receiving that? Those against, that's carried, thanks. Okay, councillors, we're on to the resolution to exclude the public, which I'll move, seconded by Councillor Robb. Any discussion? If not, those in favour, show of hands. Those against, that's carried unanimously, thanks.